The delinquent Shimizu-san sitting next to me has dyed her hair black. Volume 2 by Soko Hana. Translated by Hiroeth at Hiroeth Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Shimizu-san's evening. That guy. Lying on my bed in my room, I mumbled to myself. I was reflecting on the events during today's lunch break. It was when I had rejected a confession from a senpai I didn't know. I was in a tight spot, but Hondo appeared and helped me without showing any fear of the senpai. He said he cares about me and that he can't take his eyes off me. Not just that, Hondo uttered several other things that I can't easily forget. Maybe more than you think. Shimizu-san, I care about you. Yeah, you're kind yet clumsy, and that makes you an irresistible presence to me. I think as long as we're together, I'll always find myself looking at Shimizu-san without even realizing it. I press my pillow onto my face and roll around on the bed, attempting to somehow deal with this overwhelming emotion that I can't put into words. After a few dozen seconds, I realized it had no effect, and I stopped my wild behavior. Having calmed down just a little from earlier, I got off the bed and picked up a bear plushie from my desk. It's the only stuffed animal in my room, a prize from a claw machine game when I went to the shopping mall with Hondo. How do you think I can, make him like me? I pose this question to the stuffed animal, even though I know it won't respond. What would it take for Hondo to like me? This is the question I want an answer to the most. It's pointless talking to you about this. Certainly, I feel like I've gotten emotionally closer to Hondo compared to our first year of high school. But at this pace, I'll graduate from high school before becoming his lover. That's why I need to make more moves from my side. But I can't make a move without hearing about Hondo and Matsuka's love talk. As I pondered this, I heard a voice. Don't worry, Bear. If it's Kei-chan, just one confession will make Deki-kun head over heels. Bear. I quietly set the stuffed animal down and headed straight for the door from which the voice had come. When I opened it, as expected, I was standing there. How long have you been listening? Ah, you're not going to chat with Bear-san anymore. Bear, Kuma? If I were about 10 years younger, maybe. Answer me properly. Since when have you been listening? From when you were rolling around on the bed, I guess. So you've been eavesdropping from the very beginning. I slowly brought my right hand closer to AI's head. Young lady, what do you intend to do with that hand? If I scoop out that empty brain of yours, maybe I can erase your memory. Seriously, stop it. Kei's signature mom's iron claw really hurts. It'll make a hole in my head. It's rare to see AI scared. She seems to have been traumatized by something that happened when she was in elementary school. Do you understand what you need to say next? Kei-sama, I deeply apologize for eavesdropping you. AI bows her head vigorously. She's so straightforward about it that I can't bring myself to take any further action. There won't be a next time. Roger. Then, I'm closing the door now. I try to close the door as I said so, but AI stops me. What is it? We've settled the issue, haven't we? It's far from settled. Now that I've been forgiven, it's time to get down to business. Tell me what happened during lunch today. I can't help but sigh. Conversations like this tend to drag on. After that, I had to explain to AI what happened during lunch in my room. AI reacts to every little thing I say, so the conversation takes forever. I see. So that's what happened during lunch. Aren't you satisfied now? Hurry up and go back to your room. Don't say it like that. Kei, even you must admit Deki-kun looked pretty cool rushing in to save the day. Well, he might have looked cool if he hadn't been so out of breath when he came around to the back of the gym. Now you're just being shy, but that's also another cute point about you. With that, AI crosses her arms and starts thinking. What's wrong? If you have something on your mind, just tell me. Well, I've been thinking. Maybe there really is a sign of interest. What are you suddenly talking about? Lower your voice. It's nighttime, so calm down. I reflexively cover my mouth. It feels a bit strange being told to calm down by AI. Sorry. I think Mom and Dad didn't hear you, though. So why do you think he's interested in me? Because when I talked about the situation in class, Deki-kun seemed really worried about you. I don't think he would have been so worried if he didn't care about Kei. Hondo was worried about me. I touch my cheek, and it feels a little warmer than usual. He he he. When I glance over to the source of the laughter, AI is grinning at me. What? Why are you laughing like that? If you have something to say, spit it out. My little sister, you look so smitten. I try to retort, but I pause and think for a moment. The warmth inside me cools rapidly. That's not it. Oh? Why the sudden change? You look so sad. Do I really look that sad right now? I can't tell without checking myself. He probably doesn't see me that way. Even if I were to give it the benefit of the doubt and say he was interested in me, it would be a like and not love. I don't understand everything, but I just can't believe Hondo sees me romantically. Back then, Hondo told me I was important to him. Those words were probably true, but I feel like the emotion behind it is more familial love rather than romantic. While I'm lost in thought, AI, with a curious expression, meets my gaze. What's wrong with it just being like? What? After all, it doesn't change the fact that Daki-kun views you positively, right? That's way better than him having no interest in you at all. While I stood there stunned, I continued to speak. I haven't always liked Yaozuke as the opposite gender for a long time. Feelings changing from like to love towards someone is quite common, you know. Really? Guess it's just how it is. Huh? But indeed, I've witnessed the change in AI's feelings towards Yaozuke. Yes, that's right. So, even if it's just like for now, if you keep working hard, perhaps it can turn into love. I see. Maybe I've been too pessimistic. My relationship with Hondo now, compared to when we were freshmen, has made slight but certain progress. By the time we graduate high school, we may not be able to become lovers, but we could still have a close relationship. Kei-san? What is it? Weren't you just thinking that by the time of graduation, while becoming lovers might be unlikely, you could at least be somewhat closer? I was taken aback. Can my sister read minds when it comes to romantic affairs? Is that wrong? I wouldn't say it's wrong, but it might be risky. What do you mean? I don't know about now, but I have a feeling that Daki-kun will be quite popular in college. He's kind, and if you look closely, he has quite an attractive face. I've tried not to think about it too much, but it's very possible that others will notice Hondo's kindness and be attracted to him in the future. If you keep up this relaxed attitude, by the time he's in college, Daki-kun might just end up dating a lovely girl who comes out of nowhere. Glare at me all you want, but it only makes my heart flutter. It seems I unconsciously furrowed my brow. What should I do then? He, you seem troubled. Kei, you're laughing weirdly again. What is it this time? I've thought of a way to close the distance between Kei-san and Daki-kun in an instant. Saying this, AI suddenly leaned in close to me. Too close. Back off a bit. I grabbed AI's shoulders and pushed her away somewhat forcefully. Oh, naughty Kei. Who's naughty? Just tell me the method quickly. I'd love to tell you, but I can't reveal it right now. Why not? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Why would she claim to have a good idea and then not share it? If I told you now, it'd cut the fun in half. I don't care about fun. Just tell me right now. Right now. My anxiety greatly outweighs my anticipation. I just want to hear her method. It'd be a waste to tell you now. Don't worry, I'll get Yaozuke to help as well, and we'll approach this with perfect preparation. You're involving Yaozuke too? What are you planning? That's top secret. But for now, just know that if it's successful, it'll make Kei, me, and everyone happy. I hope it really will be okay. In the end, AI never spilled anything and simply returned to her room. Section. Oh? You went out of the classroom during lunch and that happened? On the night of the commotion behind the gymnasium, I was on the phone explaining the situation to Toshiya. I felt the need to inform Toshiya, who had been worried about me, so I was grateful for his call. I'm sorry for making you worry. Don't worry about it. Well, I was indeed worried when Daki suddenly left the classroom. I was panicked at that moment. When I was told Shimizu-san might be in danger, I honestly didn't have the time to consider my surroundings. I can imagine. But both you and Shimizu-san came back unharmed during lunch break, so that it was a relief. True, but I wonder if Shimizu-san is really okay. You mean because of those harsh words from that senpai? Yes. Even though senpai did apologize in the end, He had said some terrible things to Shimizu-san. I hope Shimizu-san wasn't too affected by it. I'm just speculating here, but I think she's fine. Why do you think so? Because when that senpai spoke heartlessly, Daiki defended her, right? You told her that what was said wasn't true. I believe that words filled with genuine emotion from someone who's always by her side, like Daiki, will resonate more with Shimizu-san than the careless insults from a stranger. Do you think so? At least that's what I believe. Maybe Daiki should continue to interact with Shimizu-san as usual from tomorrow. From the outside, Shimizu-san seems a bit happier when talking with Daiki. So I think she would appreciate that. Got it, I'll try that. Thanks, Toshiya. No problem, that's what friends are for. Though Toshiya often jests around, when I speak seriously, Toshiya reciprocates with the same sincerity. I'm genuinely glad to have Toshiya as a friend. As our conversation settled, I remembered something else I wanted to ask Toshiya. There's a bit more I want to talk about. Is that okay? What is it? Just go ahead and tell me. When Shimizu-san thanked me behind the gymnasium, I thought she looked really cute. And? That kind of cuteness. I mean, it's not like I never found Shimizu-san cute before, but I can't quite put it into words. But the way I perceived her cuteness this time was different from before. It's frustrating not being able to put my feelings into words. This is the first time I've been unable to convey what I feel. I see. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Toshiya? All I could hear was Toshiya's pondering hum from the smartphone. I guess you don't get it either. No, that's not what I'm thinking about right now. What do you mean? I wonder what Toshiya is thinking about. How should I put this? I have a rough idea about what Daiki's feelings for Shimizu-san are. Really? Then tell. But I feel like it's not right for me to just tell you directly. Oh. Why? It's not like I'm trying to be malicious or anything, okay? Then why? That's what I'm trying to think. I've been pondering how to explain it since earlier. It's kind of difficult. My explanation might be a bit hard to grasp. Is that okay? Yeah. That's fine. Thanks. To get straight to the point, I think the reason Daiki found Shimizu-san cute during lunch break is because a new feeling for her sprouted within Daiki. Feeling? Yes. And I want Daiki himself to recognize that feeling towards Shimizu-san. You mentioned this earlier, but why don't you just tell me directly? I believe there's meaning in confronting and understanding that emotion by yourself. Toshiya's voice was unwavering as he spoke these words. So you're saying I should think about it more myself? That's a simple way of putting it. Will I understand it if I take the time? Who knows? Toshiya? I unintentionally raised my voice. I had hoped he would assure me with a definitive answer. Sorry. In the end, whether you accept my answer is ultimately up to you. Well, that might be true, but don't worry. It might take some time. But I'm sure you'll eventually be able to put your feelings for Shimizu-san into words. Toshiya. I'm not yet confident that I can put my feelings for Shimizu-san into words right now, but if Toshiya says so, maybe I'll be able to do it someday. I've decided. I'll think about it again on my own. All right, and if you're troubled, I'll be here to listen. Don't hesitate to reach out. Yeah. Thanks, Toshiya. I didn't find a solution immediately, but I'm glad I talked to Toshiya about this. As I was thinking this, I heard Toshiya's voice again. Oh, there's one more reason I can't tell Daiki. What is it? In the off chance that my guess is wrong, there's a certain group that might beat me up. What are you talking about? I was dying to know, but Toshiya stubbornly refused to give me any more details. Chapter 1, Shimizu-san and joining the club. Daiki. Let's start talking about love. One day, about a week after the commotion regarding Shimizu-san's confession, I was on my way home from school as usual when Toshiya called out to me. We hadn't chatted about love recently, so I had thought he'd lost interest, but it seems I was mistaken. Don't you have club activities today? Today is an off day for the club, so I'm good. All right, then. I glance around the classroom just to make sure. There are a few others left in the classroom, but it doesn't look like anyone is interested in our conversation. Shimizu-san, who sits next to me, seems to be napping with her head on her desk, so she probably won't hear us. Thanks, Daiki. So I'll announce today's theme. Today's topic is club activities you do with the person you like. I see, club activities with the one you like. I'm not in any club, so this is a challenging theme for me. However, it does remind me of something similar we discussed before. Didn't you mention during a previous love talk that you'd like to be cheered on by your crush during a soccer match? Wouldn't that also fit today's theme? Good point. That would be true if we're talking about the soccer club. How about this time we discuss what it would be like if I joined the club Sito-san is in? What club is Sito-san in? Come to think of it, I haven't told you. Sito-san is in. Before Toshiya can finish his sentence, the door at the back of the classroom bursts open. Kei, Daiki-kun, are you both here? The person who appeared was none other than Shimizu Ai-san, Shimizu-san's older sister. Were you called here for some kind of appointment with Ai-san, Daiki? No, not at all. I shake my head several times. I've run into Ai-san a few times in the hallways since the incident, but I don't recall making any plans with her for today. While I'm feeling confused, Ai-san has already approached my desk. Then she grins when our eyes meet. Okay, you're both here. Daiki-kun, do you have some time now? Hello, Ai-san. Sorry, I'm talking to Toshiya right now. Upon hearing my explanation, Ai-san shifts her gaze to Toshiya. Toshiya-kun. Are you Toshiya Matsuoka-kun, Daiki-kun's friend? Yes, that's me. You remember my name too? Of course. I'm the vice president of the Hyper Ultra Student Council. After all, that has nothing to do with the vice president of the student council. An unexpected retort came from somewhere. Looking in the direction of the voice, an exasperated Shimizu-san was staring at us. It seems she woke up due to the commotion. It seems Kei is awake too. Then, Kei, Daiki-kun, let's go. Where are we going? Besides, Hondo is in the middle of a conversation with Matsuoka. Right. But, Toshiya-kun, is it okay for you to chat here? What do you mean? Aren't you on library committee duty today? Oh, shoot. Toshiya's face rapidly turned pale. It seems that what Ai-san said was true. Sorry, Daiki. I forgot I'm on library duty today. I have to go. It's good that you remember it now. We'll continue our conversation another time. And Ai-san, thank you for reminding me about the duty. Toshiya deeply bowed to Ai-san. No worries. She's probably waiting for you, so you should hurry. I'll do that. See you tomorrow, Daiki. See you, Toshiya. And with that, Toshiya hurriedly left the classroom. By the way, Ai-san, how did you know Toshiya had library committee duty today? That's a simple deduction, my dear assistant. Since when did Hondo become your assistant? And why do you look so smug? Shimizu-san quickly retorted to Ai-san's statement. Your comebacks are sharp as ever today. Well, the truth is that one of today's library committee members is an acquaintance of mine. I heard from them before that they were on duty today. I see, so that's why you knew. With that explanation, it made sense why she knew Toshiya had library duty. Did you get it? So, Daiki-kun, do you have some time now? It should be fine as long as it's not too late. I had plans to cook dinner when I got home, but I wasn't in such a rush. It should be okay then because I don't think it will take too long. Shall we go right away? Hold on. Ask me about my plans too, and for goodness sake, tell us where we're going. Okay, you're probably free, right? Anyway, the destination is a surprise. Saying that, Ai-san suddenly grabbed both my and Shimizu-san's arms. We were caught so off guard that we didn't even have time to react. Now, allow me to escort the both of you. Hey, let go. I'm not a child. At least let us carry our stuff. Ai-san released her arms. It seems Shimizu-san's words reached her. Right, you should bring your stuff. I got a bit too carried away. What are you even planning to do? After that, Shimizu-san and I gathered our belongings, and we left the classroom with Ai-san. We've arrived. It must have been a few minutes after we left the classroom. We were standing in front of a certain room's door. Finally arrived. So, what are we doing? We'll let the person inside explain. Let's open it. With that, Ai-san energetically opened the door. Following Ai-san, we cautiously entered. In the room, two long desks were placed together in the center. surrounded by chairs, and a male student was sitting on one of the chairs. Yaozuke, I've brought them both. You're here. I hope you brought them here with their consent. The bespectacled male student called Yaozuke seems to be an acquaintance of Ai-san. Looking at his face closely, he seemed somewhat familiar. Of course. Both of them willingly agreed. You didn't ask for my permission. Kei, I know your inner voice agreed. Do your ears only pick up what they want to hear? Both of them seem to be in high spirits today. As I had that thought, Yaozuke spoke up. Kei, calm down for a moment. If I indulge in your sibling comedy routine, the day will end. Let me introduce myself first so I can explain the situation. I was surprised by Yaozuke's statement. Not many people at our school call Shimizu-san by her first name. I think this is because many students are intimidated by her. The fact that Yaozuke casually calls Shimizu-san by her first name suggests he knows not only Ai-san but also Shimizu-san. I wonder how Yaozuke is connected to the Shimizu sisters. Right, Deki-kun doesn't know Yaozuke. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Yes, my name is Yaozuke Seikata, a third-year student and the student council president. Also, I'm the troublesome Ai's childhood friend. I know you might be confused about being brought here all of a sudden, but please take care of me. I see. The reason I felt I'd seen Yaozuke before was because he's the student council president. Moreover, being Ai-san's childhood friend suggests he has some connection to Shimizu-san and likely knows her well. It makes sense then that he would call Shimizu-san by her first name. As soon as the introduction was over, Yaozuke bowed deeply. Surprised, I also bowed back in a hurry. Both of you, no need to be so formal. It's not a blind date. Let's be more relaxed. Upon hearing Ai-san's words, both Yaozuke and I lifted our heads. You're too laid back, though. Flexibility is important, Kei. It reduces the risk of injury when you're active. That's not the kind of flexibility I am talking about. We're getting off track again. For now, all three of you, please sit in the available seats. Right. Come on, both of you, sit down, sit down. After Ai-san took a seat next to Yaozuke, Shimizu-san sat across from Ai-san, with a desk between them, and I sat across from Yaozuke. So, where should we start? Hondo, what has Ai told you so far? I haven't heard anything at all. Yaozuke's disapproving gaze is directed at Ai-san. I told you to give a brief explanation on the way here. I'll do better next time. You keep saying that, but I don't remember you ever making a difference. Well, whatever. Let's start from the beginning then. Yaozuke's gaze shifts from Ai-san to me. Deki-kun, where do you think we are? Yes? Isn't this an empty room? I was a bit surprised by the sudden question, but I decided to say what I was thinking. Well, you'd think so, but it's a bit different. Kei, you know where we are, don't you? With a slightly annoyed expression, Shimizu-san took a moment before replying. It's your club room. Ding ding. Correct. This is the Astronomy Enthusiast Club room of our school. Astronomy Enthusiast Club? I blurted out without thinking. I didn't know our school had such a club. It's no surprise you don't know. Our club is pretty low-key since there are only 3 members. I mean, why is it an Astronomy Enthusiast Club, not an Astronomy Club? Shimizu-san voiced the question that I had been pondering. We'll explain that in detail later. I want to get to the main point first. In the end, why were Hondo and I brought here? It's to recruit the 2 of you into this Astronomy Enthusiast Club. Why do you need to recruit Hondo and me? There are 2 main reasons. Yaozuke's expression seemed to have turned a bit more serious than before. It's as if a switch has been flipped. The first reason is to avoid the risk of disbanding the club. Currently, there are 3 members in the Astronomy Enthusiast Club including Ai and me. Ai and I are seniors, and we will have to leave the club once the second semester ends. The minimum number of members for the club is 2, so if things remain as they are, the club will be disbanded when the second semester ends. At first, I thought it was inevitable. I will never allow that to happen. As long as I'm still alive, I will not let it be disbanded. AI has been like this for a long time. Well, I also have a sentimental attachment to this place, so I want to keep it alive if possible. I see. So, what's the second reason? That is, Because I want to do astronomical observations from the school rooftop. Huh? What? Both Shimizu-san and I spoke simultaneously. The topic seemed to have jumped too far, making it hard for us to understand. You've skipped too many details. We can understand from that explanation alone. Really? In that case, Yaozuke, can you explain properly? I was planning to, even without you telling me. Well, the ultimate goal is to observe the stars from the school rooftop. Just observe the stars however you like. What does that have to do with us joining here? I was also curious about that. What's the connection between observing the stars from the rooftop and needing more members for the Astronomy Enthusiast Club? I'll explain it step by step. First, what do you think is needed to observe the stars from the rooftop? What? A telescope and the key to the rooftop? What do you think, Hondo-kun? I also think we'd need the key to the rooftop. Indeed, I recall that the rooftop of our school was usually locked, and students generally couldn't access it. That's right. The key to the rooftop is essential, and to borrow the key, permission is required to use the rooftop. If you know that, why not just get permission and observe the stars? It's not that simple. The rooftop is not authorized for use by individuals or hobby clubs, so it seems accessing our school's rooftop is harder than I thought. Then maybe you might as well give up? No. There is a way. While individual students or hobby clubs can't get permission, if we become an official club, there's a possibility. It might depend on having an adult supervisor, like a faculty advisor. What do you mean? We can't do stargazing on the rooftop as an astronomy enthusiast club, but if we become an official astronomy club, we might be able to. Is there a way to change from a hobby club to an official club? Yes. At our school, if there are more than 5 members and a faculty advisor, it can be recognized as an official club. Well, to be precise, there are other requirements like having a specific purpose and a place for activities. Listening to Yaozuke's explanation, I finally understood why we were being recruited. In other words, you need 2 more members to turn the Astronomy Enthusiast Club into an astronomy club. And that's why you want us to join? That's pretty much it. We already have a potential faculty advisor, so the only issue is the lack of members. That's why, for both the club's survival and for stargazing on the rooftop, we really want you two to join. Thanks for explaining, Yaozuke. Do you both understand the reasons we've invited you? Yes, I think I've mostly understood. Same here. Any questions? I'll answer anything within my knowledge. Can I ask one? If I'm joining the club, there's one thing I need to know. Go ahead, ask away. On weekdays, I can't stay at school too late. Will that be okay? During the week, my parents often come home late from work, so I usually prepare dinner. It's fine if it's just me at home, but I have a younger sister, too. I want to ensure dinner isn't delayed too much for her sake. Don't worry about it. We don't have a fixed activity time, and you can come and go as you please. Both they and I often have student council activities and aren't always around, and another member sometimes misses due to committee work. In fact, the reason he's not here today is because of committee duties. I see. In that case, I think it won't be a problem. If I don't have to return home too late, there's no particular reason to decline. Hey, are you deciding it just like that? We haven't asked you the important stuff yet. Important stuff? What do you guys do here after school? You're not always preparing for stargazing, right? Ah, indeed. We hadn't heard any details about their activities. I assumed they studied something related to astronomy. But maybe it's different? That's. Yaozuke seems flustered. Somehow, I'm getting the feeling their activities aren't exactly what I'd imagined. Then let me answer that instead. The Astronomy Enthusiast Club is a place where you can casually chat and laugh about random things with your fellow members. It's essentially a modern-day paradise. To sum it up, the Astronomy Enthusiast Club's activity is, in other words, you're basically using this place as a lounge and chatting aimlessly. Well, you could see it that way, yes. The fact that Hei-san isn't denying it seems to confirm that what Shimizu-san said about the club's activities is accurate. Either way, I'm actually not interested in joining any club now. If we're done talking, I'm leaving. As Shimizu-san stood up, AI-san followed suit. Wait a minute, Kei. Just listen a bit more. What is it? Convincing me is pointless. If you don't hear this out, Kei, I think you'll regret it. That's an unpleasant way to put it. Well, I'll listen to you if you insist. Good decision. Please, come this way. AI-san said this while walking toward the door, then paused there. Why can't you just say it here? Why do I have to move all the way over there? I'm fine with discussing it here, but I thought it might be inconvenient for Kei. Oh, if Kei prefers, I can say it here. AI-san stood at the door, grinning mischievously as she stared at Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san glared back, though it didn't seem to have any effect. If it's not something significant, I won't care. Don't worry about that. I promise it's information that'll benefit Kei. Hearing those words, Shimizu-san disappeared outside the room with AI-san, leaving just Yaozuke and me inside. As I wondered what to talk about, Yaozuke spoke up first. Actually, there's something I've wanted to say for a while now. Can I? Why yes. Considering we just met today, what could he want to talk about? Unable to imagine. I felt a bit nervous. Thank you for what you did for Kei. Saying that, Yaozuke deeply bowed his head. What are you talking about? I don't remember doing anything deserving of thanks. Slowly lifting his head, Yaozuke continued. No, you did. Do you remember when Kei was confessed to by that troublesome guy some time ago? Come to think of it, when AI-san came to the classroom before, she mentioned looking for Shimizu-san with a childhood friend. That childhood friend must have been Yaozuke. If you hadn't found Kei for us, I don't know what might have happened. I hadn't had the chance to thank you since then, but I always wanted to express my gratitude directly if we ever talked. I see. In that case, please let me thank you as well. Huh? Thank me for what? Yaozuke looked genuinely puzzled. Shimizu-san is also someone precious to me. Thank you for helping me search for her during that lunch break. This time, I bowed my head in gratitude to Yaozuke. Raise your head, Hondo. I only helped out AI. Besides, I see Kei like a younger sister. It's only natural for me to be concerned. You think of Shimizu-san like a younger sister? As I lifted my head, that question inadvertently slipped from my lips. Kei is my childhood friend too, you know. She's always been like a rebellious little sister to me. That's why I'm glad you're by her side, Hondo. All I do is talk to Shimizu-san, nothing more. Just having a classmate nearby and someone she can casually talk to about anything might be precious to her. I hope that's the case. Yes. So if you don't mind, I hope you continue to be good friends with her. Yaozuke's gaze seemed to be filled with kindness. Of course. All right. That concludes the thank yous. There's something I wanted to ask you, Hondo. What is it? You mentioned earlier that Shimizu-san is someone precious to you. Does that mean? No, never mind. Please forget I asked. If AI or Kei finds out I asked you this, I have a feeling I'd get more than just a scolding. Yes? Okay, I understand. I wonder what Yaozuke wanted to ask. He retracted his question so I won't pry him any further. Regardless of the circumstances, just know that I'll support you. Thank you. I wonder what Yaozuke is supporting for. I can't pinpoint it, but his support is reassuring. Before I realized it, Yaozuke's gaze had shifted from me to the door. Speaking of which, AI and Kei haven't returned yet. Seems like convincing Kei is taking longer than expected. It seems so. Oh, what's the matter? I forgot to ask earlier, but have you decided if you'll join the Astronomy Enthusiast Club, Hondo? Come to think of it, I hadn't told him yet whether I'd join the club or not. Yes, if it's okay for me to leave early sometimes, then it's no problem. Plus, it seems fun, so I think I'll join. Thank you. At least with this, the club will continue until the end of the second term. Whether it becomes an official astronomy club depends on Kei now. It would be nice if Shimizu-san also joined. If you mention it to Kei, she might just join. But for now, let's wait a bit. I guess so. And so, Yaozuke and I began to chat. So what's the story? Standing in the hallway in front of the Astronomy Enthusiast Club's room, AI and I were alone. With no one else around, it was unlikely that anyone would overhear us. Before that, Why aren't you joining the club? That's not what we discussed. Don't talk as if we've been talking about this forever. This conversation started today. Ah, well. Yes, I know. But this is your chance. A chance for what? A chance to get closer to Daki-kun. If you spend more time together in the same place, you'll naturally become closer. And if you experience stargazing together, it will definitely strengthen your bond. I seem to suggest that joining the club and participating in stargazing would benefit me. You just want to stargaze from the rooftop yourself, don't you? And why the rooftop? Aren't there other places where it's easier to observe the stars? Hee. You got me. Though, what I said earlier wasn't a lie. Recently, I got some information. What information? Apparently, if you stargaze from our school's rooftop, your love will come true. Where did you get that ridiculous rumor from? I've never heard such a thing. I usually only get this kind of information from Hondo, and he's not one for gossip. There might not be anyone less informed about rumors in this school than me. I usually keep my sources a secret, but I'll disclose it this time. It's a friend of a friend's older sister. You really trust that source? It's basically almost a stranger to you. I trust her. She seemed like a nice person when we talked. You talked to her directly? Why would you even have a chance to talk to a friend of a friend's older sister? I couldn't help but be surprised, but given AI's nature, it wouldn't be odd for her to find a way to strike up a conversation. That's what's terrifying about her. Well, a lot of things happened. She told me that long ago, the astronomy club at our school stargazed from the rooftop. Nothing unusual happened at that time. But the peculiar part was what happened after. The members of the astronomy club found their loves one after the other after that stargazing event on the rooftop. And ever since then, this story has been passed down as a legend among the club members. Given that you from the astronomy enthusiast club didn't know about it and only heard it from someone else, it means the legend wasn't really passed down. Come on, forget about the details. We can't miss out on this legend. It's a huge opportunity for Kei to find love too. What big opportunity. This legend is probably just a coincidence. Seriously, I must be out of my mind to have taken you seriously. As I was about to head back to the astronomy club's room to grab my things, AI suddenly grabbed my shoulder. What is it? I'm heading home now. Kei-san, have you forgotten why you came here? Why I came here? She did mention there was something I would regret not hearing. You still have something to say? Even if you do, it won't change my mind. No, what I'm going to say will definitely change your mind by 360 degrees. That means my mind wouldn't change at all. You should say 180 degrees. That's what I wanted to say. Anyway, what I wanted to say concerns the third club member. True, Yaozuke did mention earlier that there were 3 members. But there was little information about who that third member was. So, who's this member? This member is. Believe it or not, get to the point, else I'm leaving. It felt like a moment in a TV show right before a commercial break. The third member is a second-year girl. So what? Why did I think that the third member being a girl would convince me to join? You still don't get it after all I've said? Kei-san. It might be a problem if you don't join the astronomy enthusiast club now. What do you mean? I think Daki-kun will join based on his reactions so far, and both Yaozuke and I will sadly be leaving the club after this semester. You can guess what happens next, right, Kei? The astronomy club will be left with just that girl and Hondo? That's right. Spending their after-school hours together, just the two of them. Their emotional distance might get closer and closer until, well, it's not impossible, you know? I can't deny the possibility. I don't know much about this second-year girl, but it's possible that with time, she could recognize his kindness and fall for Hondo. If you join the club, Kei, you can always keep an eye on them. Plus, you'll get closer to Daki-kun. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only one benefiting from this 2 birds with 1 stone situation by avoiding disbandment and being able to stargaze on the rooftop is you. That's one way of putting it. Then what will you do? Not joining the club? Gunananu. Though it's really annoying to be manipulated by AI, who's grinning like a little villain. I feel like I might gain more by joining the club. I'll join. that expression on your face. Kei. Okay. Let's head to the club room. I decided to return to the astronomy club's room with AI section. While chatting with Yaozuke, the club room door opened, and when I looked towards the door, the Shimizu sisters entered. It seems their conversation had ended. We're back. How did things go over there? Over here, Hondo-kun has decided to join. Ah, thank you, Daki-kun. I'm looking forward to working with you. Yes. How did things turn out for you? Kei-san, please tell us. I've also decided to join the Astronomy Enthusiast Club. Shimizu-san's expression looked somewhat displeased for some reason. What did she discuss with AI-san? With this, the new Astronomy Enthusiast Club? No, the birth of the Astronomy Club is upon us. It will take a bit more time since we need to create various documents and obtain permission to be officially recognized as a club activity though. We'll work hard on that. And now, stargazing on the rooftop is becoming a reality. I'm glad both of you decided to join. If you hadn't, stargazing would have been impossible. I felt a bit puzzled by Yaozuke-san's comment. Weren't you planning to invite anyone else? Well, actually, there's another member of the astronomy club who's quite shy, and she was only okay with the two of you joining. So, you're saying she's an acquaintance of ours? Yes. I kept it a secret to surprise you, but I guess I can tell you her name now. Her name is... The sound of the door opening interrupted him, and I shifted my gaze towards it. Oh, speak of the devil. I thought you had a committee meeting today? Matsuoka-kun said he'd take over my duties since he was coming late, so I came here early. Are these two your guests? Actually, these two just decided to join. They're the new members of the Astronomy Enthusiast Club. I think you know them, but let me introduce them again. This is Kei and Daki-kun, and this is... Standing at the door was a short-haired girl we recognized. Mayo-chan. She's our cool and cute junior. The girl called Mayo-chan's full name was Mayo Sito. She was also the love interest of Toshiyo, a classmate of Shimizu-san and me. Chapter 2. Shimizu-san ties up her hair. So you're the other club member, Sito. After AI-san introduced Sito-san, the first to speak was Shimizu-san. Why yes, you don't have to be so nervous, Mayo-chan. Kei doesn't bite without a reason. Don't make it sound like I'll bite if there is a reason. I'm not a dog. Shimizu-san glares at AI-san, but it doesn't have much effect. It's fine, isn't it? Kei has a lovable, dog-like charm as well. Anyway, now that we're all here, let's do something. I'm going home. What, already? Stay a bit longer. My purpose here is done. There's no reason for me to stay any longer today, so I'm leaving. But you want to stay with Kei, don't you, Daki-kun? Why yes. I inadvertently agreed because my name was suddenly called, but it's not a lie. When I look towards Shimizu-san, our eyes meet for just a moment before she looks away. I'll be back here tomorrow anyway, so it's fine. See you later. With those words, Shimizu-san quickly grabs her belongings and leaves the club room. She left. Kei, is it my fault? Sito-san's tone remains unchanged, but she seems a bit more subdued than before. It's not your fault, Mayo-chan. Even if you hadn't come, Kei would have left anyway. That's right. So I don't think you need to worry too much. Okay, I hope that's the case. It's hard to read anything from Sito-san's expression, but she doesn't seem to be extremely downcast. I'm sure you'll have a chance to meet with Kei here in the future. You'll talk then. All right. I'll do that. Okay, then this conversation is over. AI, let's go. Go where? AI-san looks puzzled, apparently clueless. To the student council room. Of course. We've been putting off our work to be here, so we should head there soon. I completely forgot. You're right, if we keep slacking off, it won't set a good example for the juniors. Come to think of it, Yaozuke-san and AI-san are the student council president and vice president respectively. They must be busy with council duties. Before I knew it, Yaozuke-san and AI-san were heading out to the corridor. Then AI-san turned back to look at Sito-san and me. We probably won't be coming back here today, so Mayo-chan and Daki-kun, take care of the rest. Farewell. Hey, don't run in the corridor, Vice President. Sorry guys, neither Aane or I will return today. Please handle the rest. See you later. With that, Yaozuke-san quickly followed Ai-san. The senpais have left. Both Ai-san and Yaozuke-san are quite busy. Huh? With the three of them gone, only Sito-san and I remained in the astronomy enthusiast club room. Should we head home too, Sito-san? Wait a moment. What's wrong, Sito-san? Just wait for a bit. Okay, but is there something you want to do? Yes, I have no idea what she wants to do, but if Sito-san wishes to do something, I'd like to help her as a member of the astronomy enthusiast club. So, what would you like to do, Sito-san? I want to talk to you about something. Talk? About what? Yes, are you sure you want to talk to me about it? What do you mean? Well, usually people discuss their concerns with those they're close to, right? I just wondered if it's okay for you to discuss it with someone like me, whom you haven't talked to much. Maybe you could talk to Ai-san? I did talk to Ai-senpai before, but she evaded the topic. Besides, it's okay. Ai-senpai told me that Hondo-kun is a good person. Ai-san, I wonder what Ai-san told Sito-san about me. Moreover, since Hondo-kun is a friend of Matsuoka-kun, you're the best person to talk to about this. I didn't expect Toshiya's name to come up. Does this mean that Toshiya is involved in what Sito-san wants to discuss? Hondo? Why are you spacing out? Sorry. Then, will you listen to what I have to say? If you think I'm the right person to talk to, then sure. After some thought, I decided to be the person Sito-san could confide in. I wanted to help Sito-san and thought this might give me a chance to find out how Sito-san feels about Toshiya. Thank you, Hondo-kun. Then, let me start by talking about someone I'm interested in. What? I burst out in surprise. If my ears were functioning correctly, Sito-san just said something I totally didn't expect. Are you okay, Hondo-kun? Sorry, that just caught me off guard. Please, go on. All right, I'll talk about the person I'm interested in. Oh, I apologize, but I'd like to keep his name a secret. I understand. The person I'm talking about is a boy who's taller than me. It seems like Sito-san is about to describe the person she's interested in. She's not among the taller girls, so most boys are taller than Sito-san. So, that doesn't narrow down her crush by much. He's in the library committee as well. Oh? What's wrong? Sorry, never mind. Continue. I couldn't help but blurt out. If I heard correctly, Sito-san just mentioned her crush is in the library committee. There's only one male library committee member per class, so there aren't many in the whole school. That significantly narrows down the possibilities. Okay, I'll continue. And I've been in the same class as him since last year. Sito-san, can I ask something? What is it this time? By any chance, is this person in the soccer club? Hondo-kun, are you an Esper? Ahaha. Of course, I'm not. There's only one other person who has been on the library committee and in the same class as both Sito-san and me since last year. If you give away that much, it's pretty clear that the person you're interested in is Toshiya. I see, Hondo-kun is quite the detective. No, I think anyone who knows about Toshiya would realize that. Moreover, she mentioned earlier that since I'm friends with Toshiya, I'm the best person to consult. I hadn't noticed before, perhaps because we rarely talked in class, but Sito-san might be a bit of a natural airhead. If you've figured it out, then it can't be helped. Yes, I'm interested in Matsuoka-kun. As Sito-san confessed that, her face seemed to blush a bit more than before. So, that's how it is. Hearing Sito-san's words, I was a little shaken. This was because I realized that Toshiya's feelings weren't unrequited. Sito-san also has some affection for Toshiya. If Toshiya heard this, he would likely be overjoyed. However, since Sito-san confided in me, I won't directly tell Toshiya. So, Sito-san, how do you feel about Toshiya? It's hard to put into words, and I might not explain it well. Is that okay? That's fine. Thank you, Hondo-kun. To begin with, the reason I started to, in summary, Sito-san began to notice Toshiya after he approached her during their library committee shift. At first, Sito-san was distant, but Toshiya persisted, and by the fall of their first year, they began talking more naturally. Around that time, Sito-san apparently started to look forward to the times they would be alone in the library during their shift. Their relationship didn't change much even in their second year. But Sito-san had a recent concern. You've been thinking a lot about Toshiya lately, haven't you? Yes, I'm troubled because I don't understand why I keep thinking about Matsuoka-kun. I see. That's why AI-senpai suggested I talk to you, Hondo-kun. Why was I the only one chosen for consultation? I'll have to ask AI-san later. But before I questioned AI-san, there was something else I wanted to ask Sito-san. By the way, can I ask something? Have you ever talked about love with someone else before? I've listened to my friends talk about love, but I've never spoken about my feelings. Why is that? I didn't understand what it felt like to be in love. I see. It seems Sito-san can't quite put her feelings toward Toshiya into words. Hondo-kun, can I ask you something? Sure, if I can answer. I wonder what Sito-san wants to ask. Honestly, I have no idea. Do you think I like Matsuoka-kun, huh? A completely unexpected question was thrown at me by Sito-san. Why are you asking me? AI-senpai said that I should talk to Hondo-kun about it, and I thought that Hondo-kun might be able to understand my feelings. Sito-san's expression remained mostly unchanged, and I couldn't quite discern what she was thinking, but her eyes were serious. If Sito-san is genuinely asking, I need to answer seriously as well. I can't definitively say for sure whether you love Toshiya or not. I've never been in love, so I'm not sure what qualifies as love. I see. But from what I've heard, I believe that Toshiya is important to you. Is that so? Sito-san slowly tilted her head to the side. It seems she wasn't quite aware of this. If you didn't care about Toshiya, I don't think you'd spend so much time pondering about him. I see. That makes sense. I can't tell if considering Toshiya as precious equates to being in love, though. Sito-san placed her right hand over her mouth and became still. Was she reflecting on what I said? Thank you, Hondo-kun. It seems I do cherish Matsuoka-kun. I'm glad I could help. But I still don't know if this emotion is love. So, I have another favor to ask of you, Hondo-kun. What is it? Her unchanged expression made it even more challenging to anticipate her request than anyone else's before. I'd like to talk about love with you again. That's fine. But why? If we discuss love, I might get a better understanding of it. Then, maybe I'll be able to determine if my feelings for Matsuoka-kun are love. Is it okay if I'm the one you talk to? You answered my questions earnestly, Hondo-kun. Plus, you know Matsuoka-kun well, so it's easier to talk about him with you. All right, if you're okay with me, let's talk about love again later. Even though we spoke briefly, Sito-san seemed genuinely troubled, and I wanted to help. Thank you. I'll count on you from now on. With that, Sito-san gave a slight bow. You're welcome. I returned the bow. A few seconds later, I raised my head, and Sito-san raised her head too. So, what should we do now? Continue our talk about love? Or should we end it for today? Just a moment. I pulled out my smartphone from my backpack to check the time. More time had passed than I'd realized. I think I should head home soon to prepare dinner. Sorry, I have something to take care of. Can we continue tomorrow? That's fine. Thank you. Let's continue our love talk tomorrow then. Yes, see you tomorrow. I put on my backpack, waved goodbye to Sito-san, and left the astronomy enthusiast club room. The next day after school, I came to the astronomy club room again. When I knocked and entered, there was another member besides Sito-san inside. The person had her head down on the desk, obscuring her face, but the long, beautiful black hair made me think it could only be Shimizu-san. Hello, Sito-san. Is that Shimizu-san? Is she sleeping? Yes. She was already asleep when I got here. I see. She must have come here right after school ended. I recall noticing Shimizu-san's absence when I left the classroom. Maybe she's tired from the physical education class earlier. I wonder if AI-san and Yaozuke-san will come a little later. After placing my backpack on the desk, I sat in a chair opposite Shimizu-san and beside Sito-san. AI-senpai contacted me saying they'll be a little late due to some errands. Thanks for letting me know. So, what should we do until they arrive? Of course, Continuing from yesterday. Sito-san seems extremely eager. She must have really wanted to talk about love. For some reason, I felt Shimizu-san, who should be asleep, twitch a little. Do you think it's okay even if Shimizu-san might wake up? What I want to talk today is not something I don't want her to hear, so it's okay. How about you, Hondo-kun? Personally, I don't mind if Shimizu-san hears our conversation. If Sito-san is okay with it, there's probably no reason to stop her. If you say so, Sito-san, then it's fine with me. Thank you, Hondo-kun. So, what should we discuss today? I studied a bit about love topics at home after I left yesterday. Can I decide the topic? Sure. That's fine. I did say it's okay, but studying about love topics, I wonder what Sito-san did at home. Today's love topic is preferred hairstyles of the opposite sex. Hairstyle? Yes, I want to hear things like, boys get charmed by this kind of hairstyle. I was a little surprised to hear the word charmed coming out of Sito-san's mouth. But still, hairstyles, I think hairstyle preferences vary a lot, even among boys. For instance, while I prefer girls with long hair, Toshiya likes those with short hair. Although in Toshiya's case, it might just be because Sito-san has shorter hair that he prefers short hairstyles. I see. What kind of hairstyle do you like, Hondo-kun? I prefer long hair. I see. So, which hairstyle exactly do you like? I said I like long hair. I'm asking about the specific hairstyle you like, not just whether you prefer long or short hair. I finally understood the intention behind her question. It seems my answer was a bit off from what she was asking. I'm sorry, but I'm not really familiar with women's hairstyles. Got it. I have a solution. Just wait a moment. With that, Sito-san stood up and started walking towards a particular bookshelf in the room. AI-senpai had it here. Found it. Sito-san took a magazine from the shelf and returned to her seat. This is a fashion magazine that AI-senpai keeps here. There might be a hairstyle you like inside. I took the fashion magazine from Sito-san. After scanning it for a few minutes, there was one model with a hairstyle that somewhat caught my attention. I think the hairstyle of this model is nice. I pointed to the model in the fashion magazine to show Sito-san. So, Hondo-kun likes the half-up hairstyle. That's called a half-up? I looked at the magazine again. There was a model with her hair tied up in the back. Why do you like this hairstyle? Well, I like girls who look neat and clean. Doesn't the half-up give off a clean and tidy vibe? I can see what you're saying. Would you be excited if you saw a girl with such a hairstyle in real life? I can't say for sure unless I see it in person, but I think it would catch my attention. The desk shook slightly again. Reflexively, I looked towards Shimizu-san, but there was no noticeable change. Relieved, I turned my gaze back to the fashion magazine. I struggle to wake up in the morning, so getting to school is a big task for me. I think it's incredible for someone to take the time in the morning to style their hair like this. I see. So, Hondo-kun respects girls who take the time to style their hair. That's good to know. With that, Sito-san took out a post-it note she had on hand and attached it to the magazine's page. Why the post-it note? Just thought I should remember it. In the middle of our conversation, the door swung open with great force. Looking towards the door, there stood AI-san. Kei and Daki-kun are here too. Shimizu AI, though late, has now arrived. Good afternoon, AI-san. Thanks for the greeting, Daki-kun. Oh, is it Kei's nap time right now? Hearing AI-san's voice, Shimizu-san slowly sat up. You were awake, Kei? You woke me up with your loud voice. Keep it down a bit. What? Are you asking me to suppress one of my many great qualities? My loud voice. You don't have that many qualities. And a loud voice isn't really a positive one. That's not true, right? Mayo-chan? I'll keep my mouth silent. Mayo-chan? The silence here means an affirmation. Though it's hard to tell from her expression, it seems Sito-san also has her own feelings about it. You guys are so mean. Daki-kun wouldn't say something like that, right? Why yeah. See? Daki-kun said he could listen to my clear and loud voice for hours without getting tired of it. Stop making things up. It's obvious. And Hondo, don't spoil AI. I was glared sharply by Shimizu-san. Anyway, Let's leave the topic of my beautiful voice aside for now. Look at this. AI-san took out 2 printouts. At the top of the printout, it was labeled club application. It's okay to fill out the club application, but will this club really become an official club? Don't worry about that. Yaozuke and I looked into it, and it seems there was a similar case a few years ago. This time, we have met the number of members and have a faculty advisor, so if we prepare the necessary documents, I think we can smoothly upgrade to the astronomy club. I hope that's the case, and if there's any trouble, I'll handle it with the authority of the student council vice president. He. Saying that, AI-san wore a mischievous grin. Don't abuse your power, it's just a joke. Well, half joking. Really? It seemed like I wasn't the only one who thought she was more than half serious. Absolutely true. For today, all I need Kei and Daiki-kun to do is fill out the club application and submit it to me. Then Yaozuke and I will handle the other details. If you have any questions while filling it out, ask me. Understood. In the end, after filling out the application that day, we chatted with AI-san at the center of the conversation until it was time to leave. Section. The next morning, when I arrived at the classroom, I noticed something different. Shimizu-san hasn't arrived yet. When Shimizu-san was a first year in high school, it wasn't rare for her to be late, but lately, she's been arriving before me. I wondered if something had happened to Shimizu-san. As I was getting worried, I heard the door opening and footsteps approaching. Good morning, Shimizu-san. Morning. I was taken aback. The owner of the footsteps was Shimizu-san. To be more precise, it was Shimizu-san with her hair tied back. Her hairstyle today matched the one of the model I saw in the fashion magazine yesterday. You changed your hairstyle from the usual. Yes. Shimizu-san took her seat. I wondered why she chose today of all days to change her hairstyle. Why are you staring at me like that? Sorry. It seems I was unconsciously staring at Shimizu-san because I was curious. You don't need to apologize. I knew it. Does it not suit me? Shimizu-san asked with a lack of confidence. It's not like that. I just thought you have a different atmosphere from usual and it's pretty cute. Well, it's more like beautiful rather than cute. Hey, I didn't ask for such a detailed compliment. For some reason, Shimizu-san seemed flustered and her voice was louder than usual. But why did you decide to change your hairstyle today? Well, it was just a whim. Shimizu-san claimed so while avoiding eye contact. I see. You always had the same hairstyle, so I was surprised. This much is normal. The bell rang, indicating the start of the morning homeroom, and Yuasa-sensei, our class teacher, entered the room. It seems like it's time to stop chatting. Well then, Shimizu-san, see you later. Okay. Section. Shimizu-san hasn't arrived yet again? When I arrived at school as usual the day after Shimizu-san appeared with her hair in a half-up style, Shimizu-san was still not here either. Then, about 5 minutes after I arrived in the classroom, Shimizu-san appeared. Good morning, Shimizu-san. Morning. Shimizu-san had her hair in the same half-up style as yesterday. Oh. You kept the half-up hairstyle today as well? Yeah. Shimizu-san took her seat. As I was searching my backpack for the assignment I had to submit today, I felt someone staring at me. I looked around and realized it was Shimizu-san. What is it, Shimizu-san? No, it's nothing. Shimizu-san seemed restless contrary to her words. I wasn't sure how to respond. Do you have something you want to tell me? It's more like something I want you to say rather than something I want to say. I managed to hear Shimizu-san's mumbled words. What do you want me to say? I heard you say it before. That? Never mind. Homeroom is about to start. Oh, okay then. In the end, I never found out what Shimizu-san wanted to say. Section. The next day when I entered the classroom, there was already a female student sitting in Shimizu-san's seat. I called out to her from behind. Good morning, Shimizu-san. Why are you greeting me like it was a question? Your figure from behind looked different, so I wasn't sure. Today, Shimizu-san's hair was tied back in a single ponytail, different from the previous days. I could see the nape of her neck, usually hidden by her long hair, and it took me by surprise. You changed your hairstyle today? Yeah. The half-up was nice, but the ponytail suits you too. I see. For some reason, Shimizu-san covered her mouth with her hand. Anyway, why did you decide on a ponytail today? Another whim like before? The weather looked clear and warm today. This hairstyle should help alleviate some of the heat. I guess so. That's true. The weather today was clear with no cloud in the sky, and the sun had been shining down since morning. After that, I didn't bring up Shimizu-san's hairstyle again, and soon it was time for homeroom. Ever since then, depending on the day, Shimizu-san would come to school with a different hairstyle. Some days, she had a bun. Another day in a braided half-up, and other days, she sported a French braid. The variety was astonishing. Why did Shimizu-san change her hairstyle every day? I wondered about this, but Shimizu-san would only say it was a whim. Before I knew it, about 10 days had passed since she started switching up her hair. Watching Shimizu-san change her hairstyle every day, the class had various reactions. Some said it was a harbinger of rain, others a sign of an impending storm, and some were simply bewildered. Section. One weekday morning, I was rushing to class, panting. The reason for my haste was simple: homeroom was about to start. I should have tried a simpler hairstyle. The reason I was on the verge of being late today was that I tried a more complicated hairstyle than usual. I couldn't get the braids right, and as I kept retrying, time slipped away. That's why I had to leave my house in a hurry. Last year, I wouldn't have cared about being late, but now things were different. If I were late, Hondo would undoubtedly be worried. That's not what I wanted. I feel like I've been thinking about him more than before. The reason I started styling my hair before coming to school from last week was to get even a bit of Hondo's attention. Every time I changed my hairstyle, Hondo would say it suited me or that I looked pretty. Just hearing those words made me feel that waking up early and struggling with my hair was worth it. Well, since I didn't style my hair today, he probably won't say anything. Lost in thought, I found myself already in the classroom. It looked like I had narrowly avoided being late. As I walked to my seat, Hondo, probably alerted by the sound of my footsteps, turned to look at me. "Good morning, Shimizu-san." "Morning." After putting down my bag and shifting my gaze to Hondo, he had a gentle smile on his face. "Why are you looking at me and smiling?" Was I smiling? He seemed genuinely unaware. "You were. What's so funny?" I unintentionally furrowed my brow. Most classmates would back off with just that, but Hondo was as unfazed as ever. I think I was probably relieved. "What do you mean?" "Well, Shimizu-san, it's been a while since you had your usual hairstyle." Why would Hondo feel relieved when I don't tie up my hair? As I was struggling to grasp the connection, Hondo began speaking again. "Shimizu-san, you've been changing your hairstyle every day recently, right?" Every unfamiliar hairstyle felt like a new side of Shimizu-san I hadn't known, and honestly, it made my heart race. Wow. And so, I was thinking that my heart couldn't take it anymore. But when you came today with your usual straight hair, I think I felt relieved. "Wait, why are you covering your face?" Don't look at me now." It couldn't be helped that I needed to hide my face with both hands. Why does Hondo always manage to shake my emotions like this? After several moments, I regained some composure and moved my hands away from my face. "So you get excited when I tie my hair?" "Why yeah, and you feel relieved seeing my usual hairstyle?" "That's right." Then, I knew what I needed to do. "I see. Then I'll keep this hairstyle from now on." "You don't need to do that for my sake, you know." "I think I'll gradually get used to seeing you with tied up hair." "I'm not doing it for you or anything. I just got tired of tying it up." "If that's the case, then okay." Of course, it wasn't because I found it troublesome. I decided to keep the hairstyle adjustments as my trump card for crucial moments. Chapter 3, Shimizu-san and Anime. Let's talk about love, Hondo-kun. Suddenly, one day after school, when I arrived at the club room, Sito-san and Shimizu-san were already there. Shimizu-san was lying face down on the desk, probably because she had missed her afternoon nap due to being called on frequently during class. Without paying much attention to Shimizu-san, Sito-san's first suggestion was to talk about love. There's nothing sudden about discussing love. Start whenever you want to start. That's what AI-senpai used to say. I think it's best not to take AI-san's words too seriously. AI-san is a good person, but sometimes she talks based on her feelings. I'll keep that in mind. So, will you talk about love with me, Hondo-kun? Sure, but Shimazu-san might hear us if she wakes up, you know? Sito-san probably doesn't want anyone to know that she's interested in Toshiya. It's fine. I'll talk in a way that won't be a problem even if we are heard. All right. I'll do the same, then. So what should we talk about this time? Today's topic is, where would you like to go with the person you like? You mean a date? It's more like a place you'd be happy to go to together. I see. By the way, Sito-san, do you have a place in mind where you'd like to go? Since I can't think of any specific locations, I'll use Sito-san's opinion for reference. Me? I'd like to go. Where would Sito-san want to go with Toshiya? Since Sito-san is a library committee member, maybe a bookstore or library? To a Japanese confectionery shop. What? I want to go to a Japanese confectionery shop. That was entirely outside my expectations. I don't think many people would have been able to predict that. Why would you want to go to a Japanese confectionery shop? Because my favorite food is dorayaki. Eating dorayaki with the person I like would probably be special. So Sito-san likes dorayaki that much. It seems to me that her eyes are shining a bit more than usual. I briefly considered telling Toshiya about this later, but I have a feeling that Toshiya, who has known Sito-san for over a year, already knows this information. Then, where would you want to go with the person you like, Hondo-kun? A place I'd want to go with the person I like, huh? It seems better to think from the perspective of what I'd want to do with them. I'd be happy if I could cook with the person I like. So, the place I'd want to go is, probably the supermarket. The reason? I'd like to cook with the person I like, and for that, we'd need to go shopping first, I guess. That makes sense, so the supermarket it is. Is that weird? I suddenly felt anxious that my answer might not be what she expected. I don't know if it's common, but I don't think it's weird. Then that's good. That was an interesting answer though. Let's make the next topic about what you'd like to do with the person you like you mentioned earlier. It seems the conversation has moved on to the next topic while I was feeling relieved. I'd be happy if they made me a homemade bento, but what about you, Sito-san? What would you like them to do? Is anything alright? As long as it's within the bounds of common sense, I think it's fine. I wonder what Sito-san wants him to do to her. After about 10 seconds of silence, filled with apparent internal conflict, Sito-san speaks again. I'd like to have my head gently stroked. Sito-san says this in a voice that sounds as if she's mustering all her courage. I wonder if it was my imagination that Sito-san's ears seemed to be a little redder than before. Is that strange? No, it's not strange at all. So Sito-san wants Toshiya to stroke her head? It seems that Sito-san trusts Toshiya more than I thought. As someone who's rooting for Toshiya's love life, this genuinely makes me happy. I see. If Sito-san were to ask, Toshiya would probably stroke his head, but it seems Sito-san can't say it directly and so she mentioned it as something she'd like to have done. The whole situation gives me a sense of frustration. Do you have anything else you'd want to do with the person you like, Hondo-kun? Like sharing a hobby, for example. A hobby. To begin with, what is your hobby? I guess watching anime. What kind of anime do you watch? Sito-san seems more interested than I thought she'd be. I often watch anime that my little sister wants to see. You have a little sister? And you watch anime together? Sounds like you two are close. Is that so? I don't know much about other people's siblings, so I can't tell if we're especially close. I think so. Anyway, what kind of anime do you watch with your sister? We recently watched an anime movie together called 21 Gram of Difference. 21 Gram of Difference? What's that about? It's a romance anime. To give you a quick synopsis, the main character is a boy who has a childhood friend. He falls in love with her, but she dies due to an illness when they're in middle school. Thus, her death leaves him leading a listless life. Then one day, the younger sister of the girl he loved shows up. claiming to be her deceased sister. What does that mean? Did the older sister's spirit transfer into her younger sister's body? That's what she said. Yes. I see. And then what happens? If I say any more, it'll be a major spoiler. Is that okay? I mean, it's fine if you don't plan on watching it. Sito-san covers her mouth with her hand, apparently pondering whether to watch the anime or not. I'm curious, so I'd like to watch it. In that case, I won't say any more about it. Thank you. I think we're going off topic. The original topic was what we'd like to do with someone we're interested in, right? That's correct. Hondo-kun, don't you want to watch anime with someone you're interested in? I'd never thought about that before. I try to picture the scenario in my head. It does sound fun to watch the same anime with someone I'm interested in and share our thoughts. I guess so. I think I'd also enjoy discussing my favorite books with someone I'm interested in. I wish Sito-san would tell that directly to Toshiya. If she did that, Toshiya would probably read even the thickest book in a single day. It seems nice to be able to talk about hobbies with someone you're interested in. I think so too. While Sito-san is speaking, the door bursts open with great force. Hey everyone, are we all doing well today? Could you open the door a bit more quietly? Turning toward the door, I see the energetic AI-san and a weary-looking Yaozuke-san. Hello, AI-san. Yaozuke-san. Hello, Daiki-kun. You look well. That's great. Mayo-chan looks the same as always. AI-senpai, keep quiet. Mayo-chan, you should be a bit kinder to your senpai, you know? As AI-san says this, she quickly moves toward the sleeping Shimizu-san. Hey there, sleepyhead princess, time to wake up. Does the princess need a princess kiss to wake up? Oh well, it can't be helped. Who's a sleepyhead? At that moment, Shimizu-san woke up and covered AI-san's mouth swiftly with one hand. MMPH. It's not clear what AI-san is trying to say, but it's obvious that she's struggling desperately. Let her go. Kei. It can't be helped. Persuaded by Yaozuke-san, Shimizu-san removes her hand from AI-san's mouth. Phew, I almost lost my life. Thanks, Yaozuke. You're the kindest childhood friend I've ever had. I think it would have been better if I had left it blocked. Do you want me to block your mouth too? Wait. There's an important announcement today, so let me speak. You can zip my mouth shut after that. An important announcement? What on earth is AI-san planning to say? Yes. In fact, there are two major announcements today. Then hurry up and say it. Kei, you're so impatient, but I don't want to keep everyone in suspense, so I'll get right to it. Nobody is that excited, you know. AI-san is always high-spirited, but today she seems even more so than usual. What could she be planning to announce? First off, our Astronomy Enthusiast Club is now officially the Astronomy Club. Congratulations, AI-senpai. Sito-san claps quietly without changing her expression. Congratulations, that was quick. We worked hard, especially Yaozuke. Don't sound so proud. Well, it's already more than 2 weeks since Hondo-kun and Kei first came here, and we already had members and a faculty advisor, so things went fairly smoothly. So he was working behind the scenes to establish the Astronomy Club while also performing his duties as the Student Council President. No wonder he was rarely in the club room. Now that we've become the Astronomy Club, we can do more than when we were just an enthusiast group. The budget for this year probably won't be allocated yet, so we can't purchase equipment immediately. That's a minor issue. There's something I've been curious about. Can I ask? What is it, Daiki-kun? Go ahead and ask your senpai. AI-san fluttered her hair as she said that for some reason. Don't physically make your hair flutter like that, senpai. I've been wondering for a while, who's our faculty advisor? Come to think of it, I haven't mentioned that yet. It's a teacher that you, Daiki-kun, Kei, and Mayo-chan all know. A teacher we know? I have no idea who it could be since I don't remember which teachers are in charge of which clubs. Stop beating around the bush and tell us. I agree with Shimizu-san. I can't keep the ladies waiting. Okay, I'll tell you. Our advisor is Yuasa-sensei. Yuasa? Are you serious? Yuasa-sensei is our class's homeroom teacher. He's a male teacher in charge of math classes. He's been the homeroom teacher for my class, which includes Shimizu-san and Sito-san, since our freshman year. Yeah, totally serious. When I told him that Kei would join the club, Yuasa-sensei was so moved that he immediately agreed. Don't use me as bait. Yuasa-sensei is a kind and good teacher, but he's a bit of a crybaby. He's particularly concerned about Shimizu-san, who is known as a Yankee, and can even tear up just seeing her attend class normally. That's why Shimizu-san finds him a bit annoying. If Yuasa-sensei becomes our advisor, it'll make us happy, and he'll feel relieved seeing Kei enjoy the club activities. See, it's a win-win for everyone. I'm not included in that everyone win-win scenario. But Kei is also with Hun. Do you want me to shut your mouth again? Before Ai-san could finish her sentence, Shimizu-san interjected with the lowest voice she had used today. Wait, I'm very smart, so I'll keep quiet. Someone who's really smart wouldn't speak so carelessly in the first place. So, what's the second big announcement? Right. I haven't said it yet. The second big announcement is, drum roll, surprise. We've secured conditional permission for stargazing on the rooftop. Applause. I remember Ai-san had previously mentioned that one reason she wanted Shimizu-san and me to join was so we could stargaze from the rooftop. I didn't expect that to become a reality so quickly. Ai-san and Yaozuke-san must have worked hard behind the scenes. That's great. But what are the conditions? About that, Yaozuke, you tell them. Why are you suddenly throwing it to me? Well, it's fine. The conditions are related to the upcoming midterm exams, so we need to get good grades on the midterms? You're close. To be precise, the condition is that everyone in the astronomy club must rank within the top 40 overall in the upcoming midterm exams. Isn't that a pretty strict condition? Our high school has over 200 students in each grade. I think aiming for the top 40 for everyone seems quite difficult. The astronomy club is a newly established club. That's why we needed to meet conditions like this to get permission to stargaze on the rooftop at night. So, I want you to study harder than usual for the exams. Yes, we need to work hard, especially you, AI. I'm talking to you. I thought it was a joke to lighten the mood, but Yaozuke-san's expression was unusually grim. Why? I don't usually get scores that are anywhere near failing. That's because I'm always trying my best to teach you when you come crying to me a week before the exams. Hey Yaozuke, you're talking too loud. I'm supposed to be the beautiful and gentle senpai that the juniors can count on. You're ruining my reputation. Don't worry, you already lost any chance of being relied upon by the juniors. That's harsh. That's not true, right, Kei? Shimizu-san stubbornly avoids meeting Ai-san's gaze. Kei-san? Did Ani-chan do something wrong? Why won't you make eye contact? There was no response to Ai-san's question. Kei, you're always so stubborn. Mayo-chan thinks of me as a kind and reliable senpai, you know. No. An immediate answer? Can't you at least let me finish? There's no point in listening when the answer is already decided. That's a sharp blow. If it weren't for my strong mentality, I'd have collapsed. Mayo-chan, I know you only say that because you're shy. Deki-kun, at least you think of me as a kind, cheerful, and elegant senpai you can rely on, right? Ai-san's eyes had already lost their sparkle, and overwhelming emptiness was staring back at me. All I could do right now was, ahaha. Deki-kun. My awkward, forced smile was the most affirming thing I could muster at that moment. My spirit is about to break. Yaozuke, you'll be kind to me, right? Tears seemed to float in Ai-san's eyes. Don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes all of a sudden. Well, you do occasionally consider others and not just yourself, so in a broader sense, I guess you can be considered kind? The moment she heard that, Ai-san's face lit up, and she enthusiastically hugged Yaozuke-san. The only one who praises me is Yaozuke. Keep praising me forever. Don't hug me out of nowhere. I get it. Let go. Yaozuke-san tries to peel Ai-san off him. I've never seen him so flustered. I know you're happy. You're forgetting we have juniors here. The one who's going to be embarrassed later is you. Ai-san quickly steps away from Yaozuke-san. Then her face gradually turns red. Forget what you just saw, everyone. And for the record, I don't just hug anyone. Don't worry, I've got it all memorized. Mayo-chan, I just said to forget it. didn't I? That's not okay, you know. To erase memories, a convenience store exclusive matcha dorayaki is required. Are you trying to threaten me? Just kidding, but it's good to remember for future reference. Mayo-chan, you're a scary girl. What kind of skit are you two doing? Shimizu-san interjects with an exasperated expression. All right, everyone, let's study hard for the exams, and that concludes the important announcement. Let's just chat aimlessly as usual. Aren't we supposed to be studying for the exams? That's something we'll get serious about starting tomorrow. That sounds like something someone who doesn't study until the last minute would say. Don't worry. When I need to, I can be a very productive human. So, what were Mayo-chan and Deki-kun talking about before we arrived? About that. I reflexively glance over at Sito-san, who silently shakes her head. Apparently, she wants to keep our earlier love talk a secret from Ai-san and Shimizu-san. We were discussing my recommended anime. With this explanation, Ai-san and Shimizu-san shouldn't suspect that we were talking about love. Oh really? What anime did you watch? It's an anime movie called 21 Gram of Difference. Ah, I've seen that too. It's a great anime, isn't it? I was really moved. It's easy to imagine Ai-san being moved by that anime. I mean, in the last scene, the protagonist was. Ai-san's mouth is quickly covered by Sito-san's hand. No spoilers allowed. MMMFFH, MMMHH. Okay, I'll take my hand off. I wonder if Sito-san understood what Ai-san was trying to say. Phew, I can finally breathe. If you haven't watched it yet, Mayo-chan, you should have said something. You started talking before I could. Ai-senpai. True. Sorry about that. You were discussing 21 Gram of Difference, huh? It's a good work. So I definitely want Mayo-chan to watch it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. That's a good response. Let's talk about what you think of it once you've seen it. After that, the day's astronomy club meeting was entirely consumed by discussions of favorite anime and manga section. When I arrived in the classroom the next day, Shimizu-san hadn't come to school yet. Hey Deki, good morning. Turning toward the voice, I see Toshiya standing there. Good morning, Toshiya. Is morning practice over already? Yeah, we finished a bit earlier than usual today. Is that so? But I heard, Deki, the Astronomy Enthusiast Club has now become the Astronomy Club. That's great. Where did you get that information? Why does Toshiya know about something Ai-san had just told us yesterday? I heard it from Sito-san. I see. Still, you're lucky. Getting to be in a club activity with Sito-san. Toshiya genuinely seems envious. I hadn't really talked to her much before, but Sito-san is an interesting person, isn't she? So you finally realized it, Deki. The joy of talking to Sito-san. The joy of talking with Sito-san. It feels both happy and a little lonely. So what Deki and Sito-san usually talk about? I can't really say that Sito-san and I have been discussing whether her feelings toward Toshiya are romantic. While I'm pondering my answer, I hear the back door of the classroom open. Looking over, I see Shimizu-san walking into the room. Sorry, I have to go. We'll continue this later. Huh? Okay. Toshiya suddenly said that and quickly returns to his seat. And as Toshiya leaves, Shimizu-san comes closer to where I am. Good morning, Shimizu-san. Morning. Shimizu-san seems less energetic than usual today for some reason. Is something wrong? Shimizu-san? Why all of a sudden? Nothing's wrong. She seems not as strong as usual. Even her intimidating gaze seems to lack its usual intensity. Focusing on Shimizu-san's eyes, I notice something. Her eyes are slightly swollen. While there could be multiple reasons for swollen eyes, the most likely one is wiping away tears. So it would be reasonable to assume that Shimizu-san has been crying. The question is, why has Shimizu-san been crying? What could have possibly happened to her? Are you sure nothing's wrong? If you have any problems, I'm here to listen. I said there's nothing wrong. I'm going to sleep now, so don't wake me up. I'll only wake you up if Sensei comes in. You don't have to wake me up. With that, Shimizu-san falls asleep. Before I knew it, the day ended without Shimizu-san regaining her usual energy. Why did Shimizu-san cry? Even after returning home, I kept thinking about it in my room. Was it because she was still shocked by what that senpai had told her when he confessed before? Or was there something that hurt her in a way that I did not know at all? Anna-chan. I'm startled by the knock and voice coming from the door. I wonder how long I've been pondering about Shimizu-san. I hurry to open the door. Waiting for me on the other side is the owner of the voice, my sister Tayuno. What's wrong? Let's watch anime. Sure, what do you want to watch? 21 gram of difference. It's not unusual for Tayuno to want to watch anime with me. However, there was one thing that caught my attention. We watched the 21 gram difference together not too long ago, didn't we? Tayuno makes a slightly displeased face. We did, but I want to watch it again. All right, come in. Thank you. Either way, I wouldn't get an immediate answer even if I kept thinking. So, it seems better to just grant Tayuno's request for now. I welcomed Tayuno into my room. It was my second time watching 21 gram of difference, so I already knew the overall flow. Still, it was a good anime that was worth watching again. Anna-chan. Tayuno speaks to me as the anime finishes. What? Why are you playing with my hair? Apparently, I had been unconsciously playing with Tayuno's hair. Sorry, I was lost in thought. It's fine. So, how have things been lately? What do you mean? How's your club activity going? I've already told Tayuno that I joined the astronomy club, so her question wasn't out of nowhere, but it was a bit sudden, so I was slightly surprised. I just joined, but it's fun. Really? Yeah, both the senpai and classmates are kind. I see. For some reason, Tayuno seemed dissatisfied. She didn't say anything more and left my room. What was that about? I can't think of anything that might have triggered her reaction. Puzzled, I went back to thinking about why Shimizu-san had cried. The next day after school, I was thinking about how to approach Shimizu-san in the astronomy club room. Currently, it was just Shimizu-san and me in the club room, and she was silently fiddling with her phone. The area around her eyes was still a bit swollen. I had spent the entire day thinking about why Shimizu-san had cried, and although I had some ideas, none seemed convincing enough. It looks like Sito-san, Ai-san, and Yaozuke-san haven't arrived yet. After thinking it over, I decided to start the conversation with something casual. Sito is on library duty, and Ai and Yaozuke are probably in the student council. If that's the case, it'll probably be a while before any of them get here. Yeah. The conversation stalls. Have our conversations always been like this? At this rate, I'll never find out why Shimizu-san had been crying. I resolved to get to the point. Shimizu-san, may I have a word with you? What's wrong? You're getting all formal. I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead. What happened to the swelling around your eyes, Shimizu-san? For some reason, Shimizu-san's face slowly starts to redden. Did something happen? If you're in trouble, I want you to tell me. I'm not in trouble, and even if I were, it's none of your business. I can't believe that nothing happened because Shimizu-san is clearly flustered. It does matter. If Shimizu-san is sad, then I'm sad too. Hondo. That's why I want you to tell me what's on your mind, Shimizu-san. I'll do whatever I can to help you. I cover Shimizu-san's hand with both of mine. Why your hands? And saying you'll do anything. Don't say things like that so lightly. Shimizu-san's face reddens even more than before. It's not lightly. Shimizu-san is important to me. I hate that I can't do anything if you're troubled. A loud noise reverberates throughout the room. Reflexively, I look in the direction of the noise, which seems to have come from the door. Upon closer inspection, the door is slightly ajar. Noticing this, Shimizu-san forcefully pulls my hands away. Hey, whoever's there, come out. After a few seconds, the door slowly opens. The person standing there is the one and only Ai-san. When did you start watching? I just got here. I don't know anything. Don't lie. Tell the truth. Shimizu-san glares at Ai-san as a crease forms between her brows. I've been here since Daiki-kun said that no one else hasn't arrived yet. So you've been here from the beginning? Well, I thought it might be rude to interrupt your time alone. What's your real motive? I thought something interesting might happen if I observed you two from a distance. Hey, it seems that without knowing it, both Shimizu-san and I had become the subjects of Ai-san's observation. Anyway, let's set that aside for a moment. Kei, maybe you could tell Deki-kun why your eyes are swollen? He seemed genuinely concerned. Ai-san, do you know why? Of course, I saw Kei crying. What's going on here? Despite knowing that Shimizu-san was crying, Ai-san seems unfazed. Hey, don't say that without my permission. Then you can tell him yourself. Kei, fine. I get it. It's okay. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I'm genuinely curious, but I don't want to pressure Shimizu-san into revealing anything. Hey, don't say that without my permission. Then you can tell him yourself. Kei, I get it. It's okay. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I'm genuinely curious, but I don't want to pressure Shimizu-san into revealing anything. It's fine. It's not something I need to hide. Just don't tell anyone else. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone else. Good. The reason my eyes are swollen is because I watched. Her voice trailed off towards the end, making it difficult to catch what she said. Sorry, Shimizu-san, could you say that again? Shimizu-san takes a slow, deep breath and opens her mouth wide. It's because I watched 21 gram of difference. What? I never expected that 21 gram of difference would come up at this moment. While I'm standing there dumbfounded, Ai-san starts giggling next to Shimizu-san. Kei suddenly started crying a lot when we watched 21 gram of difference together. I was really surprised at the time. You don't have to go into detail. I just let my guard down and shed a few tears. A few? I thought your tear ducts had exploded or something. Stop saying unnecessary things. Hondo will get the wrong idea. As far as getting the wrong idea goes, I think it's a fact that Shimizu-san cried while watching 21 gram of difference. I felt a sense of relief and slowly rested my face on the desk after hearing what Shimizu-san and Ai-san had to say. Thank goodness. What's going on all of a sudden? And what are you relieved about? I have been worried because Shimizu-san's eyes were swollen. I thought something sad might have happened, but it's good to know that wasn't the case. I'm glad Shimizu-san wasn't feeling sad somewhere without me knowing. I see. Your face is all flushed. How cute. You forgot to say, thanks for worrying about me. Deki-kun, young lady. Who are you calling a young lady? Feeling relieved by Ai-san and Shimizu-san's typical comedic banter, I hear the door open again. Looking toward the door, it turns out Sito-san has arrived. Hello. Hey, Mayo-chan. You're a bit late. I was asking Sensei about parts I didn't understand in class. I see. Well, have a seat. I will. Sito-san takes a seat in an empty chair. What were you all talking about? We were talking about 21 gram of difference. Shimizu-san has seen it too. This way, Sito-san wouldn't know that Shimizu-san cried while watching 21 gram of difference. I watched it yesterday too. So Mayo-chan saw it as well. Did you find it interesting? I think it was interesting. That's good to hear. What about you, Kei? What did you think about the protagonist's confession at the last scene? Why are you asking me that out of the blue? Just curious? That's too random. Well, I think it's good that they ended up together. Exactly. I was really happy when they finally got together. Would you like to be confessed like that too, Kei? Huh? What are you suddenly talking about? Shimizu-san looks visibly rattled by the unexpected question. Don't we all dream of being confessed to by someone we like at least once? I was just wondering what that would be like for you, Kei. You're curious too, right, Deki-kun? Yes? You're curious, right? Why yes. The pressure from Ai-san was intense, making me reflexively reply. But indeed, I am curious about what kind of confession Shimizu-san would idealize. Come on, Kei, tell Deki-kun. If you were to be confessed to, how would you like it to happen? Well, that is. Everyone's eyes are on Shimizu-san, then our eyes meet. Although her eyes seem to be saying something, unfortunately, I can't figure out what Shimizu-san wants to express. After a few seconds pass, Shimizu-san suddenly grabs her bag and dashes out the door. Wait, Kei-san, are you planning to run away? I'm not running away. I'm just tired of confessions. Even if it happens, I won't be happy. I have nothing more to say today, so I'm leaving. Saying this, Shimizu-san vanished down the hallway. Damn, She got away. I underestimated Kei's agility. AI-san seems frustrated as if she let a fleeing criminal escape. But she did say she's tired of confessions, didn't she? It's a little different. She might not like confessions from strangers, but if it's from someone she likes, even Kei would be happy. Is that so? I think so. Though it might be difficult for you to understand. Mayo-chan. HMPH. Sito-san responds with HMPH, but her expression remains unchanged. Even so, wasting such a golden opportunity. My dear little sister still has a lot to learn. What are you talking about? Don't mind it, just talking to myself. Anyway, let's continue our conversation. Then we spent the rest of the time until we went home discussing our thoughts on 21 gram of difference section. Why does this always happen to me? At night, lying on her bed, I mumbled to myself. Even though I had a chance to talk about it with Hondo. Hondo had mentioned that he would be happy to talk about anime together, so it was good that I decided to watch 21 gram of difference with AI. The problem was that I got more emotionally invested in the anime than I anticipated. Before I knew it, I was rooting for the heroine, and tears flowed by the end. It can't be helped that anyone will cry after seeing her brave figure. The puffiness around my eyes hadn't subsided even after a night, and Hondo had noticed right away, causing him unnecessary concern. I thought Hondo would forget about it after a day. I didn't expect him to be so concerned about me. Hondo was far more attentive than I had assumed. Why was Hondo so kind to someone like me? She was on the verge of getting the wrong idea. No, I'm sure he is kind to everyone. I can't say that's a bad thing, but it makes me feel a little lonely. How selfish, even though I'm supposed to like kind-hearted Hondo. Just the thought of him being kind to someone else makes my chest tighten. I started to dislike myself. Just as I was about to sigh, the door to my room burst open vigorously. Tada! Anisama has arrived. The chain of negative thoughts inside my head was forcibly broken by the appearance of this big idiot. Sigh. Won't you say something? Ani-chan came because she was worried about you. Shut up. I don't need you worrying about me. That's a lie. You were feeling a bit down after recalling what happened in the astronomy club today, weren't you? Gyaru, how does my sister always know what I'm thinking? Hit the mark. Didn't I? Why not talk to me and lighten your load? I refuse. Go back to your room. Well then, given the time, I'll just say what I want to say. Ah, okay. It's unusual for AI to actually listen to my request, so it throws me off a bit. Today, I became sure of it after seeing Kei and Daiki-kun talking together. Daiki-kun really cherishes Kei. Daiki-kun is deeply infatuated with Kei. What? All right, I said what I wanted to say. I'm leaving. See you next time. Wait a minute. Before I could hold her back, AI left the room with a satisfied look on her face. What does she even mean by deeply infatuated? Lost in my thoughts, there was no one left to give me an answer. Chapter 4. Shimizu-san and the midterm exam. About a week before the midterm exams in the afternoon, we of the astronomy club were all gathered in our club room, studying. This study session came together at the suggestion of AI-san. The room was arranged with 2 long tables placed together in the center, surrounded by 5 chairs. Sitting across from me was Shimizu-san. To my right was Sito-san. Across Sito-san was AI-san, and to the right of AI-san from my point of view was Yaozuke-san. I can't do this anymore. About 10 minutes after we started studying, AI-san was already showing signs of giving up. We've only just begun. Hang in there. I am trying for the sake of astronomy. It's just that I can't seem to get my engine running. Sigh. What can we do to get your engine running? Yaozuke-san asked gently, sighing yet speaking as if talking to a child. You won't get mad, right? AI-san was cautiously reading Yaozuke-san's expression, like a child asking for a favor from their parent. I'd like to say don't say anything that would make me mad. But if we go that route, we won't get anywhere with either the conversation or our studying. Anyway, I'll try my best to stay calm. Thank you, Yaozuke. So, I'll just say it. If I do well on this midterm exam, I want some kind of reward. Yaozuke-san stared at AI-san with an incredulous look on his face. Hey, Yaozuke, What's wrong with your face? Who do you think made me look like this? Yaozu's mom and dad. We definitely weren't talking about genetics just now. Shimizu-san chimed in, apparently unable to hold back. First of all, why do I have to give you a reward? Huh? For the sake of astronomy? You're the one who wants to stargaze, aren't you? Well, that's true, but sigh. Yaozuke-san let out another small sigh. Can't be helped. Seeing you unmotivated, that might bring down the morale of the other club members. So, for this time, I'll give in to your request. Yaozuke AI-san's face brightened instantly. But don't ask for anything too expensive. Of course. So, what's the target score? At least aim higher than the usual goal set for the student council members. The student council members had set exam target scores? I didn't know that. You are. How about 10 points more than the goal I usually aim for? Don't try to score the minimum now. How about 30 points more than your usual goal? Yaozuke-san, do you realize I always just barely meet the student council's target score? I'm the one who always tutors you before exams, so I know that better than anyone else. That's why I'm saying, if you want a reward from someone, you should strive that much. Miyu AI-san stared at Yaozuke-san, but it didn't seem to have any effect. All right, let's make it 30 points more than the student council's usual target score. But when I achieve it, you must give me my reward. Of course, I'll do whatever I can within my means. Everyone heard that, right? Yaozuke said he'd do anything, didn't he? We heard. Sito-san affirmed without changing her expression. I said within my means. Don't conveniently leave out those words. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything unreasonable. Really? Well, if I can't, I'll just say no. Somehow, I feel like Yaozuke-san has a soft spot for AI-san. All right. Now that there's a reward, I'm 3 times more motivated. Everyone, let's study hard for our astronomical observations. Oh. AI-san energetically raised her right arm. Ooh. Oh. Sito-san, Yaozuke-san, and I followed by raising our right hands a bit after AI-san. Come on, we should all be following the Uchiha. Who will do that? It seemed like Shimizu-san was a bit embarrassed to do that. Kei, you're such a shy person. Well, never mind. Let's resume our study session. At that cue, everyone's eyes returned to their textbooks and notes. Hondo-kun, can I speak with you? What's wrong, Sito-san? About 30 minutes after we resumed studying, Sito-san approached me. I have a section I don't understand and I'd like your help. I'm fine with that, but maybe asking Yaozuke-san or AI-san would be better. Looking over at Yaozuke-san and AI-san, it seemed Yaozuke-san was in the middle of explaining something to AI-san. Aside from me, Sito-san could ask Shimizu-san, but maybe she's still not comfortable with Shimizu-san. It's a bit hard to approach AI-senpai and Sakata-senpai right now. I see. I'll help as much as I can. Thank you. The part I don't understand is. Luckily, Sito-san's question was one that I could somehow explain. You see, it was like this. As I was explaining using the textbook and notes to Sito-san, I felt someone's gaze on me from somewhere. I looked around, but no one was looking in my direction. Hondo-kun, is something wrong? No, it seemed like my imagination. Let me continue explaining. As I resumed my explanation, again, I felt like someone was watching me. I quickly scanned the surroundings and our eyes met. It was Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san, what's wrong? It's nothing. Is that so? Hondo-kun, please continue explaining. All right. So, this part is. Shimizu-san herself said it was nothing. So maybe her looking my way was just a coincidence. I began explaining to Sito-san once more. I understand now. Thank you, Hondo-kun. I'm glad I could help. Sito-san grasped the concept quickly, so the explanation finished sooner than I anticipated. Can I ask again if I come across another section I don't understand? As long as I can explain it, it's fine. Got it. Thanks again. Sure. With that, Sito-san and I returned to our respective study preparations. Kei-san, you look scary. I'm not. You were. You looked like a demon. I even checked if you had grown horns. It's a shame they weren't there. If they were, I would have headbutted you. Planning to put a hole in my face, huh? Seems Yaozuke's guidance had finished, As now a comedic banter between AI-san and Shimizu-san began. Kei is getting jealous. How cute. I'm not jealous. You are. Right, Yaozuke. If you have time to say that, you should be studying. Despite what Yaozuke said, he didn't deny it. Glancing over at Shimizu-san, she was glaring at Yaozuke, and he was avoiding her gaze. I felt it was best to return my focus to my notes. You should just be honest. Shut up. Well, if it was easy, you wouldn't be struggling. Huh? I'll hit you. Oh, so scary. Then Ani-chan will return to studying. The sisters' conversation seemed to end, and silence once again enveloped the room. How do I solve this problem? After some time had passed in the quiet room, I stumbled on a problem. I reviewed my textbooks and notes, but I just couldn't figure out how to solve it. At this rate, I'm getting nowhere. I should ask someone. Luckily, no one was talking, so anyone would likely help. After a bit of thought, I decided to approach someone. Shimizu-san, do you have a moment? What is it? I have a problem I can't solve. Can you help me? Why me? Yaozuke, who's smarter than me right now, is free. Shimizu-san unexpectedly mentioned Yaozuke-san, who then looked our way. Don't say I'm free. I'm studying for the exam. Of course, if you have a problem you don't understand, I can help you if you want it. Hey, Yaozuke. Why are you acting like a kind senpai now? This isn't the time for that. Sorry. For some reason, Yaozuke-san was being scolded by AI-san for an unreasonable reason. I just felt like I could rely on Shimizu-san. Am I bothering you? I didn't say it was that much. Just tell me, what don't you understand? This problem right here. Hey, why are you smirking, AI? Looking over at AI-san, she indeed had a lukewarm smile on her face as she gazed at Shimizu-san. Why not change seats? It'll be hard for both of you to teach and learn from where you are now, right? It's true that Shimizu-san is sitting opposite me right now, and I think it would be easier if she were beside me. In that case, I'll switch seats with Shimizu-san. The one offering to switch was Sito-san, who was seated next to me. Is that okay, Sito-san? It's fine. If I don't understand something, I'll ask AI-sen. I'll ask Sakata-senpai sitting next to AI-senpai. Mio-chan, remember, I'm a third year. I studied your exam content a year ago. Having studied it and being able to teach it are different things. Oh, if that's a good blow. I'll let it slide for today. Let's switch seats, Shimizu-san. All right. And so, Shimizu-san moved to the seat next to me and Sito-san to the one next to AI-san. Then, Shimizu-san, thank you. Okay. Like I said earlier, I don't understand this problem. That problem? It's Shimizu-san used the textbook to explain the problem I didn't understand clearly. While Shimizu-san occasionally skips classes, it doesn't mean she's bad at studying. As evidence, I've never seen Shimizu-san being called out by a teacher because of test scores. She probably studies diligently at home. Then you can arrive at the answer. Got it? Yes, thank you, Shimizu-san. That was easy to understand. It wasn't that difficult of a problem. Anything else you don't understand? Let me see. Just give me a moment. As I looked through the problems in the textbook, I found another one I couldn't solve. I don't understand this problem either. Can you help me? That problem is, to look at the textbook. Shimizu-san leans closer to me. Her face is quite close to mine. Shimizu-san, aren't you a bit too close? Huh? It seems Shimizu-san only just realized and hastily moved back. It appears she was unconsciously leaning in. Sorry, I was just focused on the textbook. I should apologize too. I should have moved the textbook closer to you. Maybe it's because summer is slowly approaching, but my face feels hot. As I thought that, I again felt someone's gaze on me. Checking around, this time it wasn't Shimizu-san looking. Why are you looking this way, AI-san? It's cute. Very cute. You're annoying me. Get out of the room. With just one word from AI-san, Shimizu-san seemed ready to fight. Oh come on. I was just touched by the two of you being so naive and cute. I couldn't help but comment like that. That's exactly what's annoying me. Calm down, Kei. It's not like AI said it with ill intent. No. On second thought, that's still not okay. If you're going to back me up, Then do it all the way, okay? Sorry, AI. I can't help you out on this. Don't just give up so easily. Come on, hurry up and get out in the hallway. Hey, you're really mad, aren't you? Even to me, Shimizu-san's glare seemed sharper than ever. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I'm very sorry. AI-san clasped her hands in front of her face, apologizing to Shimizu-san. For a brief moment, Shimizu-san glanced at me for some reason before turning her gaze back to AI-san. There won't be a next time. Thank you so much. It seems the conflict between the Shimizu sisters ended without any actual fighting. Hondo. What is it? We're continuing. Tell me what you don't understand. Okay. From then on, without any major issues, we of the astronomy club continued our exam preparations while taking breaks every now and then. Section. All right. It's getting late. Let's wrap up today's study session. Just as I thought it might be time to head home, Yaozuke-san said that. That was long. I feel like I've studied for a lifetime. AI-san slumped over her desk, as if the strings of a puppet had suddenly been cut. Well, for AI, you did work hard for quite a long time, right? With this, I'm sure I'll get perfect scores in all subjects on the test. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Your award isn't confirmed yet, so keep studying hard at home. What? Do you want me to study at home too? Well, for a reward, I guess I'll do my best. It seems AI-san's motivation greatly improves with the promise of a reward. Ah, I just had a great idea. I have a bad feeling about this. Why? It really is a good idea. Oh, but maybe Yaozuke has nothing to do with it. Then I'm relieved. Just don't bother the juniors. Yaozuke is so rude. Anyway, my cute junior friends, please listen to what I have to say. What is it? I turned my face towards AI-san to listen. I know Deki-kun is listening, but why are the rest of the cute juniors silently packing up their textbooks and notes? Listening to you is probably a waste of time. I agree. It's recommended to ignore AI-senpai at times like this. Are you trying to make me cry? I felt that if this continued, AI-san might genuinely start crying. As I was thinking of a way to handle the situation, Yaozuke-san spoke up. AI, tell us what you want before you cry. Kei and Sito will at least listen to what you have to say. Keep it short and clear. We're about to leave. If Sakata-senpai says so, then it can't be helped. What did you want to say, AI-senpai? Kei, Mayo-chan. AI-san looked touched. With just a word from Yaozuke-senpai, both Shimizu-san and Sito-san were ready to listen. Perhaps being the student council president, Yaozuke-senpai is adept at influencing others. Now, for the announcement. To the junior who achieves the best overall score in the upcoming midterm exams, I want to give a reward. Yay! You're the only one excited. Are you okay? That's not true. Wait, it is true. Everyone is surprisingly calm. Both Shimizu-san and Sito-san, who had stopped to listen, resumed packing up their textbooks and notes. Kei, why are you so cold? Whatever award you're offering isn't that great. Such overwhelming distrust. Sito-chan doesn't think that way about me, right? Of course I do. Isn't there anyone who believes in me? Deki-kun, you'd be excited about a reward from me, right? It seemed like AI-san's eyes were slightly teary. Ah, yes. I think I'd be happy. I generally wouldn't mind receiving something from someone. So it's not exactly a lie. See? Exclamation mark. I knew it. This might be the first time I've seen someone so moved that they exclaimed exclamation mark. Did you hear that, Kei and Mayo-chan? Deki-kun said he'd be happy with any reward from me. He didn't say any. Well, I won't be giving rewards to Kei or Sito anymore. Only Deki-kun will get one. I don't really care, but what exactly is the reward? Oh, I forgot to mention that. Indeed, she hadn't explained the specifics of the reward. The reward is the right to have one wish granted. Huh? What? Shimizu-san, Sito-san, and I all voiced our surprise almost simultaneously. AI, what did you just say? Oh, are you getting interested? Then listen carefully. I'll say it again. The reward from me is the right to have one wish granted. Hey, AI, are you sure you want to go that far? Yaozuke-san looked at AI-san with concern. It's fine, Yaozuke. All of our juniors are good kids, and they wouldn't make a wish that would put me in a tight spot. That may be true, but AI-senpai, I have a question. Sito-san raised her hand gracefully. Oh, what is it, Mayo-chan? If I have that reward, would it be possible to have you treat me to a convenience store exclusive dorayaki filled with fresh cream? That's a simple request. And a set with the convenience store exclusive matcha dorayaki? Of course. But don't you think you're a little too fond of dorayaki? I thought the same thing as AI-san. I guess Sito-san really loves dorayaki that much. Dorayaki is delicious, so it can't be helped. All right, I'll participate too. Great. Another participant secured. Look, there are already 2 of them, so there's only 1 spot left for participants on a first-come basis. Hurry. By 2 people, it seems I'm already being counted as a participant. To begin with, aren't I the only one left who can participate? Anyway, there's nothing I want you to do for me. I've finished cleaning up, so I'm going home. Are you sure about that? What do you mean? I'm saying there might be something you desire that I can help with. AI-san puffed out her chest. My gaze almost inadvertently dropped to her chest, so I quickly looked away. What desire are you talking about? Tell me. Then, please lend me your ear for a moment. After saying that, AI-san moved beside Shimizu-san and whispered something in her ear for a few seconds. What do you think? I believe it's not a bad deal for Kei either. Shimizu-san seemed to be struggling quite a bit. Fine, I'll take on that challenge, but if you say it, you better make sure it happens. Of course. With that, everyone's participation is decided. Thus, the 3 of us decided to compete in the midterm exams total scores for AI-san's reward. Come to think of it, I hadn't stated my wish yet. Is that okay? Section. When I arrived in the classroom on the morning of the first day of midterm exams, many students were already there. There were those who had studied enough and felt confident, those who hadn't studied much and tried to distract themselves by discussing their anxieties with friends, and those who were engrossed in their textbooks without talking to anyone. Hey, Daiki. Good morning, Toshiya. Good morning. Did you study enough? Daiki? Yeah. I believe I did more than usual. What about you, Toshiya? I went about it as usual. Toshiya's usual means he hardly studies anything other than his assignments. If it were any other friend, I'd be worried, but with Toshiya, I feel he'll be okay. In fact, with that amount of study, Toshiya always scores higher than me in exams. By the way, I heard from Sito-san that the astronomy club had a study session. It must have been nice to study with Sito-san. If it were me, I could study for hours. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but give a wry smile. Indeed, if the condition was studying with Sito-san, Toshiya would probably be eager to study every day. Also, I heard that the one with the best grades among the second-year students of the astronomy club gets to have a wish granted by AI-san. Sito-san mentioned that? Yeah, Sito-san was unusually enthusiastic. She said she wanted AI-san to treat her to dorayaki. She looked so cute I wanted to buy her dorayaki myself. I always have to be on guard around my surrounding because Toshiya's love-struck comment about Sito-san might slip out to others. I had forgotten to be careful and quickly scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, everyone was talking about the exam, and it seemed they hadn't heard our conversation. So, Daiki, if you happened to have the best score among the astronomy club members, what would you ask AI-san for? Me? That face of yours looks like you haven't thought about it at all. Then why did you study more than usual this time? Daiki? Huh? Because the astronomy club needs to rank within the top 40 for stargazing. That's for the astronomy club, isn't it? Don't you have something personal you want? Like, remember when you mentioned wanting a homemade bento? I pretty much got that wish already. What do you mean you got that wish? Didn't I tell you, Toshiya? I forgot my lunch money a while ago and got a bento from Shimizu-san when you was away for a meeting. It was a coincidence. But there was a time when I forgot my lunch money and Shimizu-san gave me a homemade bento. Because of that, I don't really feel the urge to have one anymore. I see. So that happened when I wasn't around. Still, Daiki, it's like you don't have desires or something like that. Normally, if AI-san said she'd grant a wish, the other guys wouldn't be so quiet. Well, I'm not interested though. I always feel guilty asking people to do things for me. That might be both your strong and weak point, Daki. It's okay to accept kindness from those you know a little more lightly. It seems Toshiya is concerned about me in his own way. I guess you're right. If I get the best score among the second-year students in the astronomy club, I'll think about the reward. That's the spirit. It's better for people to have many dreams they want to achieve. A typical Toshiya-esque statement, always eager to discuss about dreams. By the way, changing the topic slightly. Do you know about the recent rumors concerning Shimizu-san? I don't. Did Shimizu-san do something? Don't worry. It's not a bad rumor. Shimizu-san in the staff room. Before Toshiya could finish, the door at the back of the classroom slowly opened. Someone's here? Sorry, Daki. I'd better go now. With that, Toshiya returned to his seat. In his place, a certain individual slowly approached my desk. Good morning, Shimizu-san. Morning. It was Shimizu-san, or more precisely, Shimizu-san enveloped in a deep, dark aura. Doesn't Shimizu-san look more intimidating than usual today? Hey, she can hear you. I didn't say anything. If anything happens, it's all on you. Heartless, I swear. If something happens, I'm dragging you down with me. Clearly, Shimizu-san was behaving differently than usual, and most of our classmates were fixated on her. She neither shouted nor ignored our classmates, just gave them a brief glance. Eek! An unknown scream could be heard. Shimizu-san's eyes were devoid of any light. What was there was overwhelmingly terrifying, dark, and empty eyes. Shimizu-san, are you okay? Yeah. It took her some time, but she did respond. Still, looking into those eyes, I couldn't help but worry. Really? If so, that's good. But maybe you should go home early later and get some rest today? Okay. While they were having this conversation, the bell rang, and Yuasa-sensei entered the classroom. Let's all do our best on the midterm exams. Upon hearing the words midterm exams, for a brief moment, it seemed like a spark of life returned to Shimizu-san's eyes. This midterm, I won't lose to you or Sito, huh? Okay. Could it be that Shimizu-san's odd behavior was because of the midterm exams? Section. For the next few days, our class took the exams amidst unusual tension. Most classmates, including Toshiya, wished for the exam period to end quickly and to be free from Shimizu-san's oppressive aura. On the other hand, I continued with the exams while constantly thinking about Shimizu-san. Thanks to study sessions at the astronomy club, I felt more confident than usual. By the end of the last subject on the final day of exams, the pressure from Shimizu-san had noticeably decreased. Toshiya later mentioned that at the moment the exams ended, the relief from the dual pressures of the exams and Shimizu-san was palpable among many classmates. I, too, felt greatly relieved seeing Shimizu-san return to her usual self. While the other classmates discussed their exam performances, Shimizu-san had somehow finished preparing to leave. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Perhaps she was too preoccupied with something to respond. I didn't get a reply from Shimizu-san. I thought about heading home, but I decided to stop by the astronomy club first because I had some spare time. Hello, SHH. Be quiet. As I tried to greet and enter the astronomy club's room, Yaozuke-san stopped me. Apparently, I shouldn't raise my voice right now. What's going on? Instead of speaking, Yaozuke-san pointed inside the room. When I looked carefully, I saw two figures lying face down on a desk. Their faces were hidden, but I could easily imagine that they were Shimizu-san and Ai-san based on their hairstyles and clothing. Yaozuke-san pointed to the door, suggesting he wanted to talk in the hallway without waking them up. I nodded in agreement. Once we were in the hallway, Yaozuke-san finally spoke. They both came in and fell asleep immediately. They must have been exhausted. I thought Shimizu-san had gone home. She might not have had the energy to. She probably worked hard for this midterm. She must have been studying hard outside of our study sessions too. Yes. When Ke couldn't understand something, she apparently went to the staff room to ask, and it became a topic among the teachers. Shimizu-san. The usual Shimizu-san probably wouldn't go to such lengths. It seems that she gave this midterm her best. I hope our stargazing will be realized, especially after the two of them have worked so hard for it. I hope so. After that, Yaozuke-san and I continued to chat in the hallway until the Shimizu sisters woke up. Section. We have a major announcement today. About 2 weeks after the midterms, with all the club members gathered in the room, Ai-san suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. What is it? Speak quickly. Don't rush me. I just received a report from Yuasa-sensei. Since all the astronomy club members ranked within the top 40 overall, we've been officially granted permission for rooftop stargazing. Yay! Ai-san was jumping up and down with joy. Congratulations. Well done, Ai-senpai. Thank you, my dear juniors. Wait, aren't we missing one voice from my dear juniors? Ai-san stares at Shimizu-san. Well, that's good, isn't it? Wow. Even Kei says so. Ani-chan is so touched. Annoying. I shouldn't have said anything. Don't be like that, Kei. Your efforts played a big part in realizing this stargazing event, you know? Huh? I didn't do anything. You went to ask the teachers questions. Apparently, that left a good impression on them. It seems Shimizu-san's efforts unexpectedly bore fruit. I didn't go ask questions just to leave a good impression. That's probably why it worked out even better. Of course it's thanks to Mayo-chan and Deki-kun's hard work too. Yuasa-sensei praised the two of you for your improved grades and was happy. Hearing that made me relieved. It seems I could contribute a bit to the astronomy club's success. That's why we're planning to decide on the date for stargazing soon after keeping an eye on the weather. If anyone has plans on the proposed dates, please let me know in advance. That concludes our stargazing discussion. Let's move on to the next topic. There's more to discuss? Shimizu-san looked at Ai-san with an exasperated expression. Next up is the reward everyone has been looking forward to. First up is me. You? While the student council officers aimed for a total score increase of 30 points for mission completion, the result is, get to the point. Just say it. I did it. Mission accomplished. Ai-san thrust her right arm energetically upwards, expressing her joy. Seeing this, Yaozuke-san gently smiled and applauded for Ai-san. Congratulations on achieving your goal. Well, I did work exceptionally hard for this exam. Let me know later what you want as a reward or if there's something specific you desire. Thank you, Yaozuke. Be prepared to give me my reward later. I'd appreciate it if you could tell me what the reward is in advance. That's a surprise for later. Now, let's move on to the much anticipated reward for the juniors. Everyone, you already know your overall rank from the midterm exams, right? Let's share our ranks one by one and see who's on top. By the way, I ranked 18th this time. Impressive, right? That's true. Ranked in the 18th is quite high. It seems Ai-san must have studied quite hard. Don't suddenly brag about it. I don't want to hear that from the first ranker, Yaozuke. How do you even know my rank? The teacher praised you in class. This Ai-chan has very sharp ears. Those devilish ears. It's your bad luck to have talk about it near me. Anyway, who wants to announce their rank first? I'll do it. Surprisingly, the one who raised her hand was Sito-san. Oh, nice one, Mayo-chan. I worked hard for the dorayaki. I see. Such dedication to dorayaki is commendable. What's your rank, Mayo-chan? 33rd. Wow. Your hard work paid off. Judging by Ai-san's reaction, it seems Sito-san's score was better than usual. Alright, who's next to share their rank? It appears Shimizu-san isn't ready to speak yet. Then, can I go ahead? Of course. What's your rank, Deki-kun? I'm ranked 27th. This is it. Mayo-chan narrowly loses. So close. Sito-san's expression seems normal, but upon closer inspection, she appears slightly disheartened. Now, only Kei is left. Will it be Deki-kun who wins, or will it be Kei? It's the final battle. The excitement has reached its peak, although it seems like Ai-san might be the only one truly excited. So Kei, what's your rank? Th place. Her voice was so soft that her rank was inaudible for me. It seemed to be the same for everyone else. Sorry? Could you please say that again? 3rd place. Shimizu-san announced her rank loudly enough for it to echo down the hallway. What? The rankings are set. The winner is Kei Shimizu. A dominating victory, far ahead of second place Daiki-kun. AI-san is buzzing with excitement. Honestly, I was quite surprised to hear third place too. Congratulations, Kei. I'll present you with a victory hug. I don't want it. Just make sure to give me the proper reward. You don't want my hug. Oh, you mean you want to hug when it's just the two of us? Or perhaps with Daiki-kun instead? If you say another word, I won't guarantee your safety. I'll stay quiet. What was AI-san about to say? Fine then. I'm leaving now. What? You're leaving already? I'm very tired today. With that, Shimizu-san picked up her bag and started walking towards the door. Shimizu-san. What? What is it? Congratulations on getting third place in the midterms. Shimizu-san. You really are amazing. What are you talking about? I'm going home. Okay, see you tomorrow. When she opened the door, Shimizu-san's face seemed a tad red. Was it just my imagination? All right. Once I got home and was in my room, I struck a triumphant pose, savoring my joy. It's not like I usually slacked off during exams, but my serious approach to this midterm was sparked by one comment from AI. If you get the best grade among the second-year students in the astronomy club for the midterms, I'll make sure you get a perfect moment alone with Daiki-kun during our stargazing. Those words were too enticing for me. Even considering it was a remark by the playful AI, it was enough reason for me to work hard. HMMPH, if there's no reward as promised, I won't forgive her. The decisive day will be the day of the stargazing event. There, I'll create unforgettable memories with Hondo. I made up my mind. Chapter 5, Shimizu-san and Misunderstanding. Doesn't look like the others are coming. Yeah. One afternoon, as the day for stargazing was fast approaching, I was in the astronomy club room with Sito. Hondo said he couldn't make it today due to some errands. Have you heard anything from AI and Yaozuke? AI-senpai said she'd be late because of student council duties. I think it's probably the same for Sakata-senpai. I see. The conversation feels awkward. Maybe it's because I haven't spent much time talking with Sito one-on-one. Am I bothering you? Sito tilts her head. No. You're not. That's good to hear. Sito looks away from me. It seems like the conversation has reached a temporary end, and silence fills the club room. But I wanted to clarify something while I had the chance. Hey, Sito. What? Can I talk to you for a moment? Sure. What's up? There's something I want to tell you. What a coincidence. I also have something I want to say to Shimizu-san. Really? This is unexpected. I never thought Sito would have something she wanted to say to me as well. Then, who's going to go first? Before that, I want to ask something. What do you want to talk about? It's about Hondo-kun. I see. I think what you want to say and what I want to say might be the same. I'm not certain, but I have a feeling that was the case. Is that so? Yes. Should we say it at the same time? Let's do that. When I say ready, set, we'll do it together. Got it. Both of us take a deep breath simultaneously. Ready, set. You like Hondo, don't you? Shimizu-san. I know you have feelings for Hondo-kun. What? Huh? The part about me liking Hondo was correct, but the rest of the conversation was drastically different from what I thought. Why? Why do you think I mean, have feelings for Hondo? Before that, answer my question. Why did you think I had feelings for Hondo-kun? Well, to explain that, I would have to admit that I was pretending to be asleep when Hondo and Sito were talking about love. I know you were feigning sleep when Hondo-kun and I were talking about love. So you don't have to worry about that getting out. What? I inadvertently let out a flustered voice. She knew I was pretending to be asleep? Then why? There's a lot I want to say, but first, I have to answer Sito's question. In that case, let's make this quick. You and him. You often chatted about love with Hondo. And you always asked Hondo for his opinion. You're doing that because you secretly like Hondo and you're trying to gather references for later, right? I pointed at Sito with vigor, but Sito said nothing. HMPH, hit the nail on the head. Didn't I? I'm so spot on that you can't even speak. I knew it. I'm not wrong. Sigh. Just when I thought he'd speak, Sito let out a big sigh. Why are you sighing? Are you mocking me? Even AI never sighed at me like that. That prolonged sigh hurt more than I expected. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The reason I didn't respond earlier is not because you were right but because I was dumbfounded. None of Shimazu's guesses about me are correct. What do you mean? First off, I'm not romantically interested in Hondo-kun. The reason I talk about love with him is to confirm whether my feelings for the person I'm truly curious about are actually romantic. Are you sure you don't like Hondo? That's how it is. There's no change in Sito's expression, but she doesn't seem to be lying. I see. I felt a weight lifted off my heart. So that was it. I had thought Sito liked Hondo, but it seems I was mistaken. You can relax, Sito whispered as if reading my mind. What's that supposed to mean? Whether or not you like Hondo doesn't matter to me. I blurted out something I didn't mean to say. I felt a little disgusted with myself. That's a lie, because you like Hondo-kun. You must be extremely curious about what I think of him. You said that earlier. But why do you think I have feelings for Hondo? There are many pieces of evidence. Tell me. I don't recall leaving any evidence. Sito must be making things up. First, the hairstyle. For a moment, my heart skipped a beat, because it was something that struck me. The day after Hondo-kun mentioned his favorite hairstyle being a half-up. You came with that exact hairstyle. If you didn't think anything of Hondo-kun, you wouldn't have done that. It's not strange for Sito to know I changed my hairstyle since we are in the same class and club, but deducting the reason, she's quite observant. That was a coincidence. There are various ways to arrange a half-up hairstyle. Was the fact that it was identical to the magazine also a coincidence? It was also a coincidence. Didn't you reference the fashion magazine where I had placed sticky notes? I said it's a coincidence. It's too much for that to be a coincidence. Well, fine. There's more evidence. There's more? Of course. The second is the timing of when you watched 21 gram of difference. It's too close to home. Sito continued without minding my reaction. On the day Hondo-kun mentioned it would be fun to watch the same anime with someone he's interested in and share opinions, you immediately watched 21 gram of difference, which Hondo-kun had mentioned. It's clear you were being conscious of him. That's because I later said 21 gram difference was interesting, so I got curious. You still won't admit it? Sito stared intently at me. It was as if she was saying I should just admit it and find relief. Give up. There's no more evidence left, right? Fine. I didn't want to bring this up, but other than the previous two incidents, I never acted after listening to Sito and Hondo's love stories. So, Sito shouldn't have any more evidence to present. But, just because Hondo-kun said he wanted to try a homemade bento, you specifically made one for him. It can only be thought of as you liking Hondo-kun. How do you even know about that? I regretted saying that as soon as the words left my mouth. I knew it. You set a trap for me. I saw Shimizu-san give the bento to Hondo-kun, and Hondo-kun had mentioned a while ago that he'd be happy if someone made a bento for him. Considering these two pieces of information, it's not hard to think Shimizu-san made the bento for Hondo-kun. But I had no proof. So you were checking my reaction? Yes. It seems Sito was a step ahead of me, but something still bothered me. Why were you watching me give Hondo the bento? Neither he nor I were members of the astronomy club at the time. Isn't it strange for you to be watching us? Sito suddenly averted her eyes. Suspicious. She's hiding something. Don't tell me you actually like Hondo. Sigh. Sito sighed again, this time seemingly half out of disappointment and half relief. You sighed again. Seriously? Stop it. Sorry, I just thought Shimizu-san was only looking at Hondo-kun. You're not listening at all. You can say whatever you want. Anyway, why were you watching us? Can I remain silent? No way. Just spill it and be done with it. I felt like a detective trying to get a confession from a suspect. I want you to promise me one thing. Getting all serious now? Go on. If you're going to be angry, don't just be angry with me. Be angry with AI-senpai too. AI's involved in this too? I have a bad feeling about this. When it comes to AI, these hunches usually turn out to be right. Okay, so why were you watching Hondo and me? I was asked to keep an eye on Shimizu-san. At that moment, A certain phrase crossed my mind. I have an accomplice in Kei's class. That's all there is to it. I think Kei said something like that the night I gave the homemade bento to Hondo. So you're the accomplice in the class working with AI? Yes. Did you hear about it from AI-senpai? But I couldn't ask her who it was. Since when? Since when were you asked to do this? Since our first year. That long ago? I had never realized it. I'd like to believe it's not because I'm oblivious but because Sito was very discreet, although I say watching. It was mostly just updating AI-senpai about Shimizu-san's situation from time to time. It wasn't much of a job. Still, it's impressive you kept it up from our first year until now. For Doriaki. What? Every time I report about Shimizu-san to AI-senpai, I occasionally get Doriaki. You were lured in by food? I thought Sito was a loyal junior, looking out for her senior. Turns out she's more pragmatic than I thought. You can't blame me. Dorayaki is delicious. So, are you ready to admit you like Hondo? Wah, come to think of it, that's what we were originally talking about. There's more evidence, like how you two were closely working together during cooking class. I have plenty more. Ugh, it's easier if you just admit you like him. Suddenly, our roles have been reversed. I get it. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What did you say? I said I get it. Yes, I like Hondo. I unintentionally raised my voice. I hope it didn't echo into the hallway. Say something. Shimizu-san, you really do like Hondo. You're the one who pointed it out. I did, but I wasn't completely sure. I thought that with all the evidence Sito provided, she was sure I had feelings for Hondo. Apparently, I was mistaken. Okay then, now that you know I like Hondo, what are you going to do? There's something I'd like your help with. What? Unexpectedly, Sito brought up something I hadn't considered. Just so you know, if you ask for dorayaki in exchange for not telling anyone, I'll refuse. I won't do that. Hey, what was that pause? Did you consider it for a moment after hearing my words? I wouldn't threaten someone over dorayaki. Probably. You should say that with more confidence. Otherwise, I'd have to always carry dorayaki with me just to keep Sito's mouth shut. I can get my dorayaki from AI-senpai. Anyway, let's get back to the topic. What I meant to say is, we can help each other out. Help each other out? Yes, like how I can chat with Hondo about love while you pretend to be asleep, just as before, and get to know his preferences in girls. I see. Actually, the last time we chatted about love, I listened to Hondo with the intention of telling you. Is that so? Then, thank you for that. You're welcome. So, what do you think? It's not a bad deal, right? It's not a bad deal for me, sure. But what's in it for you? What do you want me to do for you? Earlier, Sito had mentioned that we could help each other out. That means she must want some kind of favor from me. There are two things I want. Tell me. First, I want you to teach me about love. What? I want you to teach me about love. I heard you the first time. No, but what do you mean by that? She said it with a serious face, so I don't think she's joking, but it's too vague. You just admitted you like Hondo. That means you're in love. If you're in love, you should know about it. I don't understand what love is, and I want you to teach me. I don't fully understand love either. Whatever you know is enough. I look at Sito again, and her eyes are filled with seriousness. For instance, what do you like about Hondo? What? Why all of a sudden? Well, I like that he sees not just my appearance but who I truly am inside. I see. Next question. When did you realize you liked Hondo? During our first year of high school. I hadn't noticed that. Next, do you want to kiss Hondo? What the heck are you saying? I imagine it in my head. Hondo's face comes closer, and then our silhouettes merge. Shimizu-san, you're so cute. If you want to pick a fight, I'm ready. I didn't mean it that way, sorry. It's just that seeing you blush while imagining a kiss is so different from your usual demeanor. Don't do that again. Understood. What I wanted to say is that I'd like you to answer questions like these. So, she wants to understand the emotions I feel towards Hondo as a reference. Alright. But even if you're not convinced by my answer, I don't care. It's okay. Thank you, Shimizu-san. You mentioned there was another thing you wanted help with. Tell me, I want help getting closer to the person I'm interested in. She's made another request that's very specific. First of all, who are you interested in? Sito seems to have just realized she didn't mention the name of the person she's interested in. Do I have to say the name? How can I help you get closer to him if you don't tell me his name? You have a point. Fine, I'll say it. The person I'm interested in is Matsuoka-kun, Toshiya Matsuoka. It took Sito less time than I thought to say the name. It's honestly surprising to find out he's interested in Matsuoka. Matsuoka? Come to think of it, didn't he say he liked Sito? What's wrong? What should I do? Should I tell her that Matsuoka likes her? Sito has consistently said he's interested in Matsuoka, which means she hasn't really confirmed her feelings yet. Honestly, I don't really know Matsuoka, but spilling the beans about someone's feelings before a confession seems a bit cruel. Nothing, never mind. I decided to keep quiet about Matsuoka's feelings towards Sito. Really? So, Shimizu-san, will you help me get closer to Matsuoka-kun? What exactly do you want me to do? I'm not close to Matsuoka. True. Matsuoka seems to be afraid of you. You could have sugar-coated that a bit. Sito's remarks, unintentional or not, can sometimes be a bit sharp. Sorry. I don't need you to do anything immediately, but if there's anything I'd like you to do, I'll let you know. Got it? But if I don't want to, I'll refuse. That's fine. I'd be happy if Shimizu-san would help, but only when you genuinely want to. With that, Sito extended her hand towards me. What's with the hand? It's a gesture to formally say I'm looking forward to working with you. Just know that if you regret collaborating with me, I won't be responsible. I took Sito's hand. I thought I saw the corner of Sito's mouth lift slightly, but it was probably just my imagination. Chapter 6, Shimizu-san and Shopping. It's our first outing since becoming the new astronomy club. You call it an outing, but we're just here to go shopping, you know? On the Saturday before our next day's stargazing, the 5 of us in the astronomy club visited a large supermarket. But in fact, we haven't done any activities outside of school since we became a 5-member club. So it's exciting. Being excited is fine, but don't bother the other customers. Of course. All right then. Let's reconfirm our objective. The reason we're at the supermarket today is to make sure we have enough food for dinner tomorrow. I've thought this before when you mentioned it, but why not just gather after dinner? That's something I'd been wondering too. Since we can't stargaze until the sun goes down, it seems like it'd be better to meet up at night. There are other things I want to do besides stargazing. That's why I want everyone to gather by noon. What do you want to do? That'll be a surprise for when we gather. By the way, I haven't been told either. Me neither. So, really, no one knows except AI? Is this really okay? I can't say I'm without concerns, but then again, AI-san probably wouldn't do anything bad. Anyway, if we're starting activities from noon, I'd like to have dinner before we start stargazing. I thought it'd be fine to eat at a restaurant near the school, but it seems AI has something else in mind. Another one of your ideas again, huh? Since we're all gathering on our day off, don't you want to do something fun? I know I've been asked to help with various things, but it doesn't seem like something that needs to be kept secret though. No, I want you to look forward to it on the day itself, so let's keep it a secret. It seems that AI-san wants to keep tomorrow's dinner's details a secret. Although, it feels like we might be able to guess just from the ingredients we're buying today. So, for that reason, please wait until tomorrow for the dinner menu announcement. Alright, I'd like to start shopping right away, but it's inefficient for all 5 of us to walk around together and we might get in the way of other customers. So, I'm thinking of splitting into 2 groups for today's shopping. Sounds good. But how will we divide? How about by grade? 3rd years and 2nd years. AI-san answered Shimizu-san's question. That works for me. I'm good too. I'm fine with it too. How about you, Kei? That's fine with me. Then it's settled. And so, we decided to split into 2 groups for shopping. I looked at the note she gave us, and isn't it just snacks and drinks listed? Ha ha ha. What about dorayaki? Did she write dorayaki? It's there. It's written. As expected of AI-senpai, she understands the demand. That's a very specific demand. I can't stand it. I'll go ahead and secure some dorayaki. Hey, wait. Not everyone is as obsessed with dorayaki as you are. Ignoring Shimizu-san's words, Sito-san left us behind. What's with Sito's obsession with dorayaki? Well, it's good to have something you love, I guess. There's a limit to everything. Should we go after her? Maybe we should. She's probably at the Japanese confectionery section. With that, Shimizu-san and I headed towards the Japanese confectionery section. It's bigger than I thought. Yeah. A few minutes after Sito-san split from us, we still hadn't found her. When we arrived at the Japanese confectionery section, Sito-san was nowhere to be found. That dorayaki monster has completely gone off the radar. I think she'll be okay, but I'll let AI-san and the others know just in case. I took out my smartphone and reported to AI-san that Sito-san was missing. Now that we've informed them, shall we continue shopping and look for Sito-san? She's acting weirdly considerate. Weirdly considerate? I wonder what she meant by that. I'm just talking to myself. She'll probably be back soon. Let's go. Okay, huh? As I was about to follow Shimizu-san, I noticed someone looking out of place. What's wrong, Hondo? Just wait a moment. I approached a young girl at the Japanese confectionery section. The small girl looked around anxiously, which caught my attention. I crouched down to meet her gaze. Can I have a moment? Yes. It seemed the girl was surprised, probably not expecting me to approach her. My name is Daiki Hondo. Where are your parents? They're gone. My mum went somewhere. The girl looked as if she was on the verge of tears. I had to reassure her quickly. It's okay. I'll help you find your mum. Really? Yes, so don't worry. Okay. It seemed I managed to calm her down. How are we going to find her parents? Shimizu-san, were you listening? Well, yeah. I couldn't just continue shopping on my own, right? Let's find this kid's mother quickly. Why are you looking at me like that? Apparently, what I was thinking was reflected in my expression. Thank you. Shimizu-san really is kind. I don't want to be called kind by someone who sticks their nose into other people's business. Let's just find her mom quickly. Daiki, who is this scary person? The girl pointed at Shimizu-san, seemingly wanting to know who she was. She's not scary. This is Kei Shimizu. She's a kind person, so you don't have to worry. Okay. Then let's go find your mum. Yes. Shimizu-san and I changed our initial objective and decided to search the supermarket to find the little girl's mother. After some time searching, we couldn't find the girl's mother and there wasn't any significant progress. The only thing we discovered was that the girl's name was Saki-chan. I wonder where she is. Saki-chan's mother. There's no way to predict that. That's why we're checking everywhere. That's true. Currently, Shimizu-san and I were walking with Saki-chan in between us. Fortunately, Saki-chan was in a good mood and was following us with a smile. It can't be helped, I guess. Today, both Shimizu-san and I had come to the supermarket in casual clothes. Because of that, we seemed to be mistaken for a young family, receiving warm glances from the adults around. Do young people these days have baby faces? That father and mother only look like high school students. Yes, that's right. That family looks so cute. I'm envious. We could hear the murmurs around us. Shimizu-san and I are real high school students, but we couldn't explain that to everyone around us. Hey, Hondo, let's hurry up. Okay. Wait, Daiki. Saki-chan called out to stop Shimizu-san. What's wrong? Hold my hand. Do you want to hold hands? Yes, Daiki on my right and Kei on my left. If we do that, we'll look even more like a family. Is that bad? Saki-chan looked up at Shimizu-san with pleading eyes. I've got no choice. Just give me your hand. Okay. Then Saki-chan joyfully held Shimizu-san's hand. Now Daiki too. Yes. I followed Shimizu-san's lead and held Saki-chan's hand. Where are we going next? Daiki, what should we do? Hondo? We've mostly looked everywhere in the store. I wonder if Saki-chan's mother is also looking for her. If not, it wouldn't explain why we haven't found Saki-chan's mother yet. Maybe if we missed each other, it would be better to wait somewhere. Right. If we're going to wait, maybe we should go to the rest area? Is that okay, Saki-chan? Yes. We decided to head to the rest area inside the supermarket while holding hands. A few minutes later, The three of us were in the rest area. Saki-chan was drinking a juice I bought from the vending machine. We won't be moving for a while. Thanks for your hard work, Shimizu-san. It seems Shimizu-san was quite drained from walking hand in hand this far. Make sure you get reimbursed for the juice from her parents later. It's fine. I did it because I wanted to. You really? Shimizu-san looked at me with an incredulous expression. Kei, I want to play. Before I knew it, Saki-chan had finished her juice. All right. But don't bother others around you. Got it? What should we play? Saki-chan's eyes sparkled brightly. How about drawing? Saying that, Shimizu-san took out a notebook and a ballpoint pen from her bag and handed them to Saki-chan. Thank you. Okay. Having received the notebook and pen, Saki-chan immediately began to draw. What's with that look? As I watched her, Shimizu-san gave me a stern glance. No. I was just thinking that even if it's subtle or not obvious, you're really caring. Shimizu-san, anyone would be like this. I don't think so. In fact, I believe the reason Saki-chan is so attached to you is because you're kind. She's just friendly. You think so? I looked over at Saki-chan. Somehow, I felt that, Saki-chan might be the shy type. Shimizu-san, you'll make a good mother in the future. What? Shimizu-san's face turned red. Did I say something weird? What's wrong? Nothing. Anyway, I wonder how much longer until her parents come. It's a big supermarket, so it might take a while. I'm done. You're done already? That was fast. Let me see. Okay, there was a drawing of 3 people holding hands. The one in the middle is me, and on both sides are Daiki and Kei. Not bad at all. Shimizu-san patted Saki-chan's head. Hee. Just then, an advertisement for today's special sale started playing throughout the store. A light bulb went off in my head. Why? I remembered a way to inform Saki-chan's mother about her location. There's a way to do that? Yes, there is. So, let's go. Where are we going? To the service counter. After a short while, we were at the service counter. We decided to ask Saki-chan's mother to come over to the service counter. Aren't you embarrassed being like this? As we continued to wait with Saki-chan holding our hands, Shimizu-san asked me a question. It's a bit embarrassing. But it's also nostalgic. Nostalgic? When I was little, I always held hands with Tayuno whenever we went somewhere. We stopped doing it as Tayuno grew older. Didn't you do something like that with AI-san, Shimizu-san? If I held hands with AI, my hand would end up somewhere else entirely. It seems AI-san has always had an unusual level of energy. Saki. We turned to the direction of the voice. A woman was standing there. Mum. Saki-chan let go of my and Shimizu-san's hands and energetically ran towards the woman. The woman then embraced Saki-chan tightly. I'm so glad. I'm glad I found you, Mom. You're squeezing a bit too hard. I'm sorry. Shimizu-san and I then walked closer to the two of them. Excuse me, are you Saki-chan's mother? Yes, I am. Did you two bring Saki here? Yes. Indeed. Thank you so much. Saying that, Saki-chan's mother bowed deeply. Oh, please lift your head. Saki-chan's mother slowly raised her head. While I was shopping, I lost sight of her. This supermarket is so big, and I couldn't find her even after searching. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have found Saki so quickly. Really? Thank you so much. No problem. We're just glad Saki-chan could quickly meet her mother again. Right, Shimizu-san? Don't ask me. Well, that's good, I guess. How can I ever thank you? Saki. Thank this brother and sister. Hearing that, Saki-chan turned towards us with a smile. Daiki, Kei, thank you for helping me find my mum. Hey, don't call them by them first names without honorifics. It's okay. I was fine being called that. I am sorry. But there's something. What's wrong? It feels like everything has been resolved, but maybe there's still something left? I'd like to give you something to thank you for helping Saki. Oh, you really don't need to do that. That's right. We didn't help expecting anything in return. Even so, she did interrupt your time together. I feel like there's a misunderstanding here. What do you think the relationship is between Shimizu-san and me, huh? You two are a couple on a date. right? What? We're not. Turns out my feeling of a misunderstanding was correct, but I didn't expect it to be this. Really? Since you two looked so good together, I thought that was the case. Daiki, and Kei, you're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I said we're not. Even Saki-chan had the wrong idea. But Kei, the way you looked at Daiki was like a maiden. Where did you learn that kind of word? Saki-chan seems a bit precocious. I see. For some reason, I feel like the way Saki-chan's mother looks at us has changed slightly. Well, if you insist on thanking us, there's something I'd like. What would that be? Shimizu-san made eye contact with Saki-chan. Hey, do you still have that drawing from earlier? Yes. Saki-chan pulled out a folded piece of notepaper from her pocket. It seems to be the notepaper she drew on in the break area earlier. Can I have that? Sure. Take good care of it. Okay. Shimizu-san took the piece of notepaper with the drawing from Saki-chan. Is that all you want? Saki-chan's mother looked puzzled. This is more than enough for me. We still have some shopping to do, so we should get going. Make sure you keep a tight grip on her hand. Yes, thank you very much. Bye-bye, Kei, Daiki. See you. And with that, our search for Saki-chan's mother came to an end. By the way, where did Sito end up going? Then, we moved on to search for the first person we had completely forgotten about. Chapter 7, Shimizu-san and the King's Game. On a certain day off, I found myself standing in my home's entryway, wearing my school uniform. Why would I be wearing a uniform on a day off? It's because I'm going to school today for stargazing. I'm off. As I gripped the doorknob to open the front door, I heard a voice call out from behind me. Wait, Unai-chan. Turning around, I saw Tayuno inexplicably standing in the hallway near the entrance. What's wrong, Tayuno? I should have already told Tayuno that I was going to school today for stargazing. Are you going? Yeah. The weather is clear, making it an ideal day for stargazing. Do you need something? No, it's nothing. With that, Tayuno walked away from me. I wonder what's bothering Tayuno? Although I was a little concerned about Tayuno, I remembered that the meeting time was drawing near, so I hurriedly opened the front door and left the house. Hello. About 10 minutes before the meeting time, I arrived at the astronomy club's clubroom. Daiki-kun is here too. Now the astronomy club member is all here. Just as Ai-san said, the 4 other astronomy club members were already present in the clubroom. Sorry I'm late. No need to apologize, Hondo. We were the ones who arrived too early. That's right. It's still before the meeting time, so there's absolutely no problem. Thank you. By the way, what are we going to do now, Ai-san? I ask Ai-san as I take my seat. So, Ai, what exactly are we planning to do now? Well, since all the club members are here, I suppose I can tell you. For some reason, Ai-san strikes a mysterious pose. Just get to the point. I agree with Shimizu-san. Impatient ladies, aren't you? Fine, I'll tell you my plan. What we're going to do is what? It's the King's Game. What's with those faces? You all look so dumbfounded. Why go through the trouble of assembling us hours early just to play the King's Game? Indeed, what could be Ai-san's intention behind suggesting the King's Game? You see, I've been thinking. It's been over a month since we reformed the astronomy club, and I feel we still lack a sense of unity among members. So, I thought about how we could strengthen our bond, and I came up with this King's Game. Why the King's Game? There are plenty of other better activities. As Yaozuke-san points out, there seem to be other ways to increase our sense of unity, not just the King's Game. Well, if it's sports, then Kei would have an advantage with her amazing athleticism, and if it's a quiz, Yaozuke would likely win, right? So, I thought of a game that involves luck and can be enjoyed by everyone, and that's how I arrived at the King's Game. You have a point. Sito-san seems somewhat convinced by Ai-san's explanation. I get that physical or intellectual games could be biased, so the King's Game makes sense in that regard. But have you properly set the rules? Of course, I don't know how much everyone knows about the King's Game, so I'll explain from the beginning. With that, Ai-san took out 5 slender, angular wooden sticks from her bag. They were probably splittable chopsticks. The tools we'll use for the king's game are essentially these 5 sticks. First, everyone will draw a stick, and the person who gets the stick with king written on it becomes the king. The king can then give orders by specifying a number from 1 to 4. How about we give it a try? Ai-san then held up the 5 sticks, hiding their lower portions. Everyone, please draw 1 stick in turn. Following the instructions, we all draw sticks. The one I picked has the number 2 written on it. Okay, who's the king? Who drew the stick with king written on it? It's me. Sito-san slowly raises her hand. All right, so this time Mayo-chan is the king. You can declare a number from 1 to 4 and then give an order. Is anything allowed? As long as it's within the bounds of common sense, it's fine. All right. The number I choose is 2. My heart skips a beat. That's the number on my stick. The command is: if you have any sweets, I'd like one. It's not Halloween. It's far too early in the year to be trick-or-treating. That's so like Mayo-chan. Now, who has number 2? That would be me. I see. Daiki-kun, do you happen to have any sweets? Please wait a moment. I rummage through my backpack and find a matcha-flavored dorayaki that I bought after hearing Sito-san talk about it some time ago. Will this do? I hand the dorayaki to Sito-san. Hondo-kun, are you a god? I'm glad if it makes you happy. Sito-san's voice seems happier than usual. All right, let's call it there for now. Everyone got the basic flow, right? Everyone in the astronomy club except for Ai-san nods in agreement. Great. Then it's time for questions. If anyone has anything they don't understand, feel free to ask. Although you can ask once we start the king's game as well. I do have a question. Actually, yes, Yaozuke. What is it? Does the person receiving the command have the right to refuse it? Yaozuke, are you planning to give a bad command? A grin that can only be described as mischievous is plastered across Ai-san's face. It's to confirm how far we have to go in obeying commands when you're the king. I would never give such a terrible command, but you're right, if we have to obey every command, things could get out of hand. So let's do this. If everyone except for the person giving the command and the one receiving it says no, then the command is cancelled. Why doesn't the person receiving the command get a say? Because then people like Ke would likely reject every command directed at her. It seems that comment hit the mark. The right to refuse a command is necessary, but making all commands unacceptable would ruin the fun. Yeah, that might be true. Since Yaozuke seems satisfied, let's move on to the next question. Does anyone else have anything to ask? Not at the moment for me. Okay, how about the rest of you juniors? Any questions? None for me. Me neither. All eyes in the club turn to Shimazu-san. None for me either. All right, that concludes the explanation of the king's game rules. Let's get the game started. Who's the king? It's me. I'm the king. It's you? It seems that Lady Luck favors me. This time, the king is Ai-san. I wonder what kind of command she will give this time. Who should be my target this round? Ai-san says this while scanning the room. I instinctively averted my eyes. Ah, you looked away? In that case, maybe I'll choose Daiki-kun. You can't just choose someone like that. While that's true, saying it now feels like I'm jinxing myself. You said it, huh? Then let me show you my power. Command. The people with the numbers 2 and 4 must go hand in hand to the vending machine and buy a juice. I see. The king can give commands to multiple people at the same time. Come to think of it, I haven't checked my number yet. I look at the slip in my hand. It reads 4. Who are the people with numbers 2 and 4? I'm number 4. Okay. The other person, please raise your hand quickly. After a few seconds, someone reluctantly raises her hand. I'm number 2. All right then. Daiki-kun and Ke, go hand in hand and buy some juice. Here's the money. Thank you. Saying this, Ai-san hands me 200 yen. Hey, I want to refuse, so let's have a vote. Really? A vote already? Well, fine. Yaozuke-san and Mayo-chan, is this command acceptable or not? Raise your hand if it's not. Go. Only Yaozuke-san raised his hand. Hey, Sito, if today was a weekday, I'd say no. But today is a day off and the school is not very crowded, so there's not much worry about being seen by many people. It's barely acceptable. In that case, Please proceed with the command. Oh, by the way, if you let go of each other's hands at any point other than when buying the juice, you'll have to start over. Gyaru. I'll remember this for later. Shimizu-san seems genuinely frustrated. Try it. Now hurry up, you two, and hold hands. Shimizu-san, let's get this over with quickly. Shall we? I stand up and offer my hand to Shimizu-san. Wait a second. Saying this, Shimizu-san closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Does it really require that much resolve? Let's hold hands. Okay. Shimizu-san's left hand gradually approaches my right hand. As her hand gets quite close, I grasp it. Higher. An unexpected squeal comes from Shimizu-san. Then her face turns beet red as she glares at me. Sorry. Did I grip your hand too hard? Pretend you didn't hear that squeal. Ah, okay. Fine, let's go. Thus began our journey to the vending machine, with me and Shimizu-san hand in hand. Several minutes after leaving the club room, we still hadn't reached the vending machine. The reason is that the school on this day off was surprisingly crowded. We had to hide in the shadows to avoid being seen by people and sometimes even backtrack. Also, the vending machine was quite a distance away from the club room to begin with. There are more people in the school on a day off than I thought. That's true. Shimizu-san says this while still remaining vigilant of our surroundings. Seeing Shimizu-san so cautious, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't yet commented on her hairstyle today. It's a bit late to say this, but you have your hair half up today, Shimizu-san. Why bring that up out of nowhere? What's wrong with it? No complaints here. I just thought it suits you. Is that so? Your usual long hair makes your beautiful hair stand out too, but this half-up style gives off a totally different impression from usual, so I think it's nice. And no one asked you to go that far. Shimizu-san's grip on my hand tightens, my hand's starting to hurt a bit. Sorry. The pressure suddenly decreases. I feel that Shimizu-san's hand is warmer than before. Shimizu-san, your hand feels warmer now. Are you okay? It's just your imagination. Is that so? What else would you have me say? I was wondering if Shimizu-san is also nervous like me. What? I've never experienced holding hands like this before. To be honest, my heart's pounding. Aren't you nervous, Shimizu-san? There's no response from Shimizu-san. Did I say something wrong? Just as I start to worry, Shimizu-san finally speaks. I'm different. Holding hands like this doesn't embarrass me at all. For some reason, Shimizu-san's voice is softer than usual. Is that so? Then maybe it was just my imagination that your hand felt warm. Yeah, it was. Come on, let's go already. All right. I wonder if Shimizu-san has ever held hands with someone before. If that's the case, it would make sense that she's not nervous. The thought of that makes my heart feel a little prickly for some reason. Several more minutes pass, and we finally arrive at the vending machine. Ai-san said we could let go of each other's hands when buying the drink, so I temporarily released Shimizu-san's left hand. Ai didn't specify which type of juice to get, so I'll pick something at random. I can drink pretty much anything. Put in the money Ai gave us. Got it. I inserted the money that we got from Ai-san into the vending machine. Without hesitation, Shimizu-san chooses soda. I'll keep the change. All right. I'll hold on to the sparkling water. Okay. Then let's hold hands again. I extend my right hand towards Shimizu-san once more. Give me a moment to prepare. Sure, Shimizu-san. Are you actually nervous about holding hands? I told you I'm not. If that's the case, then we should be able to hold hands right away, right? Shimizu-san had a look of agony for a few seconds, but then, as if making some kind of decision, she met my gaze. I am sorry. I couldn't hear you. Could you say that one more time? I said I'm nervous. I've never held hands with anyone, so of course I'd be a little nervous, no matter who it is. So Shimizu-san hadn't experienced holding hands with anyone before. It seemed that my guess was off. The moment I realized that, the prickly feeling I had seemed to vanish. Happy now? Let's go. Give me your hand. Oh, okay. I extend my right hand to Shimizu-san again, and without hesitation, she firmly grasps it with her left hand. More than 10 minutes must have passed since we set out. Finally, Shimizu-san and I have returned to the club room. You two are finally back. Here, happy now? Saying that, Shimizu-san tossed the plastic bottle toward AI-san, who managed to catch it somewhat frantically. Nice catch. Don't praise yourself. Did you two hold hands properly on the way? Of course we did. And what do you say, Mayo-chan, our watchdog? Just like Shimizu-san said, they held hands the entire time except for when they were buying the juice. A voice came from behind us, and turning around, there was Sito-san. Judging by what AI-san said, it seems Sito-san had been secretly watching Shimizu-san and me. I hadn't noticed her at all. Okay, then mission complete. Satisfied now? Absolutely. Anyway, how long are you two planning to hold hands? Neither Shimizu-san nor I said anything, but we both let go of each other's hands at the same time. What, you're letting go? You know you can hold hands even without being told to, right? Who would want to hold hands without being forced? You say that. But Kei, you looked like you wouldn't mind continuing to hold hands. I did not. Don't take this person's words seriously, Hondo. Oh, okay. You seem a bit flustered. How cute. So, Daiki-kun, how did it feel to hold hands with Kei? I wonder when I'll be able to predict AI-san's curveball questions. I was pretty nervous. Holding hands like that is nerve-wracking. What do you say, Kei-san? Don't ask me. What Hondo thinks has nothing to do with me. Let's move on. You're not being honest. Well, it did take longer than I thought, so let's hurry and choose the next king. Who's the king? I checked the stick I've drawn. It says king on it. I drew the king. I see, then the next king is Daiki-kun. Now, king, please give us your command. I command that the number one person will continue to imitate an animal of my choice until someone else guesses what it is. Oh, that's an interesting command. So, who is the number one? Me. Sito-san raised her hand. All right, you two get ready. I type the name of a certain animal into my smartphone and show it to Sito-san. All right, are you ready? Then, let's start the imitation. Sito-san first slowly stands up, and then shapes her hands like cat paws. Growl. PFFT. It was a complete monotone impersonation, but unexpectedly, Shimizu-san burst out laughing. Right. A lion. AI-san answered energetically. Close, but that's not it. In that case, it must be Kei when she's in a bad mood. Are you calling me an animal close to a lion? Seemingly at her limit, Shimizu-san retorted. Hey AI, don't turn this into a comedy show. Got it? Okay then, Mayo-chan. Please continue. Growl. The reply has transformed into that of a wild beast. It seems like she's trying to fully get into the character of the animal I choose. After pondering for a moment, Sito-san started moving closer to me. Gyaru. She lets out a growl while tapping my backpack with her hands still shaped like cat paws. Sito-san? There's no dorayaki left in my bag, you know? Gyaru. The growl seems a bit less energetic this time. As I was thinking that maybe I should have bought one more dorayaki, I felt a gaze on me. Looking around, I noticed Shimizu-san glaring intensely at me. Right. Shimizu-san? A female panther. See, correct. The real answer was simply a panther, but it seems okay to count it as correct. Actually, I feel like it has to be counted as correct. Note, in Japanese slang, a female panther can be used metaphorically to describe a girl who is aggressive or assertive, especially in a romantic or sexual context. Wow, Kei, you're sharp. Ignoring AI-san's words, Shimizu-san turned towards Sito-san. Hey, it's over now, Sito. My heart had fully transformed into a leopard's. A leopard wouldn't want dorayaki. Somehow, it seems like the relationship between Shimizu-san and Sito-san has improved compared to before. I wonder if something happened between them that I'm unaware of? Alright. Now that Mayo-chan has returned to human form, let's move on to the next round. Next time, I'll be the king. Looks like I'm the king again. Why is it you again? The king's game. Third round. AI-san became the king for the second time. Maybe AI-san is incredibly lucky. Now, who should I choose next? Should I choose Mayo-chan? Don't. Oh, too bad. I got rejected. Then maybe I'll choose Kei. If you think you can guess my number, then try it. You said it. Then, my command is, number 3 should do a cape down on the number 4 person and say a cool line. This pattern. I have a bad feeling about this. Checking my number once more. It was just as I had expected. It was 3. Number 3 is me. What? Kei, what did you say? I couldn't hear, you were too quiet. This has to be cheating. There's no way you could consecutively get the numbers you aimed for. It seems that it was Shimizu-san who drew number 4. Indeed, AI-san has already become the king twice and has been giving orders to the people she aimed for every time. So far, she's been spot on. It's not unreasonable for Shimizu-san to be suspicious. Then how do you think I'm guessing everyone's numbers? Gyaru, accusing me of cheating without any evidence is terrible. AI-san covers her eyes with a handkerchief. I can say with 100% certainty that she's not actually crying. I'm going to get the evidence for sure. Good luck, detective. Now, please execute the command. What kind of trick is behind AI-san's clairvoyant abilities? Before I get a chance to ponder that, first, I need to carry out the command AI-san gave me. AI-san, what should I say for a cool line? I'll leave that to you, Deki-kun. If you can't think of anything, I can make a suggestion. I think for a moment but, unfortunately, I can't come up with a cool line. I couldn't think of anything. Can you give me a line? Sure. Let me whisper it in your ear. Saying this, AI-san comes closer and whispers to me. Do I really have to say that? It's kind of embarrassing. If you can think of a cooler line, Deki-kun, go for it. Otherwise, please use that one. Hey, what are you planning to make Hondo say? That's top secret. You'll find out soon. AI-san winks at Shimizu-san, who brushes it off with her hand. Okay, then I'll go with AI-san's line. Good, very good. Both of you, prepare yourselves. I think our positions should be about here. Currently, Shimizu-san and I have been driven to the wall of the club room by AI-san, who is both king and director of this situation. I'm not really familiar with Cape Don. What exactly should I do? It's simple. Corner KE against the wall, slam the wall with your left hand and say the line, then finish with another slam with your right hand and say another line. That explanation is way too vague. That's not the case. You get it, don't you, Deki-kun? Well, sort of. I'm not unfamiliar with the concept of Cape Don, so I think I can pull it off. Great. Are both of you ready for this? I'm good to go. Yeah. Nice response. Start when I say so. Shimizu-san wears a serious expression. I also decided to cast aside my embarrassment and focus on the act. All right, start. At the sound of that command, I corner Shimizu-san against the wall. Soon, her back hits the wall and she can no longer move back. At that moment, I slap the wall beside Shimizu-san's face with my left hand. You've got nowhere to run now. What are you planning to do? Shimizu-san doesn't know what I'm about to say, so this is her genuine reaction. You still don't get it after all this? I don't know. In the next moment, I forcefully slapped the wall on the right side of Shimizu-san's face with my right hand. I won't hand you over to anyone. Stay by my side forever. Cut. That was a great Cape Don. Even I was thrilled watching it. I quickly put distance between myself and Shimizu-san. Looking at her face, it's definitely redder than before. Probably, my face is the same. It's not just embarrassment. I really want to disappear. How was it, esteemed audience? Hondo-kun, you're good at acting. It's an unexpected talent. Shimizu-san also had a good reaction. The audience loved it. Please look forward to the next part if we get another chance. For now, let's take a break. A break? Kei got incapacitated by Deki-kun's whispering voice. After all, looking over at Shimizu-san again, she's sitting down where the Cape Don took place and placed her hand against her cheek. Section. The king's game continued even after the break. AI-san became the king every other turn and did whatever she pleased, like having Sito-san give her a lap pillow or Yaozuke-san massages her shoulders. Interestingly, Shimizu-san never got to be the king during this time. Is it okay if I draw the lot first for the next round? Why, Yaozuke-san? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? For some reason, AI-san is visibly flustered. I wonder what's going on? What? Is something wrong? No. Not at all. If the juniors are fine with it, then why not? Then it's settled. Let's draw the lots. We all drew lots. Still unclear about Yaozuke-san's intentions. Who's the king? I checked the number. My number this time is 3. It's me. Yaozuke-san is holding the stick that says king. Hey, AI. What is it? If you want to apologize to everyone, now's the time. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fine. Then here's my command. The person with number 2 must answer my questions truthfully, saying whether the content is true or false, without any deceit. Number 2 is me. But what are you planning to ask, Yaozuke? What you've been doing? To borrow Kei's words, the mechanics behind your cheating. Yaozuke-san said something completely unexpected. Everyone, look at the top corners of your lots. Do you see any corners that have been shaved off? When we looked at our lots as instructed, indeed, 3 of the 4 corners were slightly shaved off. I get it now. The person with number 1 should have 1 corner shaved, number 2 should have 2, and number 3 should have 3. The corners correspond to the numbers on the lots. By the way, the lot that says king doesn't have any corners shaved off. Is that so? Kei seems to have figured it out. AI has been becoming the king and issuing commands to her targeted individuals by checking the shaved corners on the lots. Isn't that right, AI? Everyone's gaze turns toward AI-san simultaneously. Hey. He. Ha ha. AI, if I've been caught, there's nothing to be done. Yes. I've been becoming the king multiple times by tampering with the lots in advance. So you admit it? Yeah, good deduction, detective. I don't remember becoming a detective, though. Well, the mystery is solved, and the case is closed. Now, what shall we do next? Shimizu-san suddenly grabbed AI-san's shoulder, firmly. Huh? What's going on? Ache! AI-san screamed. The Shimizu-san holding her shoulder had a fearsome expression. How dare you cheat so blatantly? Do you realize what's going to happen to you now? What's going to happen? Shimizu-san displayed a menacing smile unlike any I had seen before. Step out into the hallway. Wait. No, I don't want to. I'm sorry, really sorry. Forgive me, help me, I don't want to. Despite AI-san's desperate resistance, Shimizu-san dragged her out into the hallway. AI-san's scream echoed back into the clubroom. Hondo-kun, there are some scenes in life that are better left unseen. I see. What happened in the hallway after that was known only to Shimizu-san and AI-san. Chapter 8, Shimizu-san and Takoyaki. I'm getting hungry. About 30 minutes had passed since the king's game ended. After being escorted to the hallway by Shimizu-san, AI-san, who had been saying nothing but apologies, finally seemed to have regained her spirits. I'm the same. You ate the dorayaki you got from Hondo earlier, didn't you? Dorayaki goes to a separate stomach. Sito-san appeared to be more of a hearty eater than I had thought. True. It's about time. So shall we go? Go where? Come to think of it, only some of the snacks and juice we bought at the supermarket yesterday are in the clubroom. Where could the other ingredients be? That would be, of course, the kitchen section. We've arrived. A few minutes after leaving the clubroom, we arrived at the kitchen. I put the ingredients in this refrigerator when he came to school. It's fine that we came to the kitchen. But what are we going to make? And can we use knives and fire without a teacher? I'll explain what we're making later. As for knives and fire, students are generally not permitted to use them unless it's a special occasion like a cultural festival. So what are we going to do? Don't rush. The dish we're making today can be done without using fire. Saying this, Yaozuke-san brought a cardboard box from the back of the kitchen and placed it on the table around which we were gathered. Written largely on the box was takoyaki maker. Is it takoyaki? That's right. You can cook takoyaki without fire, and I've already cut the ingredients and put them in Tupperware, so there's no need to use a knife here. I've prepared various ingredients so you won't get bored and can have fun. I didn't know the school had a takoyaki maker. It's not surprising you didn't know since it's generally only used during the cultural festival. As long as we get prior permission, it can be borrowed even when it's not the cultural festival. Yaozuke-san likely knew about this because he had been involved in tasks like organizing equipment as a student council officer. Enough of the explanations, let's get started on the takoyaki party preparations. And so, we began to prepare for making takoyaki. Several minutes after starting the cooking, The takoyaki making process was smoothly progressing under the guidance of Ai-san. It seemed that Ai-san had previous experience in making takoyaki. All right. The first batch is ready. I'll put them on everyone's plates. Saying this, Ai-san skillfully placed takoyaki on all of our plates. As expected of Ai, we can rely on you for cooking. Even if you praise me, all you get in return is only takoyaki. Go ahead, eat it. Yes, well then. Itadaki monsieur. Itadaki monsieur. The other members of the astronomy club also put their hands together following Yaozuke-san's lead. The first to eat the takoyaki was Sito-san. It's delicious. Hearing that from Mayo-chan makes me happy. After Sito-san, I also put a takoyaki in my mouth. The freshly made takoyaki was slightly hot and tasty. How is it, Daki-kun? It's really good. Freshly made takoyaki is the best. High praise from Daki-kun too. How about Kei? I haven't eaten yet. Saying this, Shimizu-san blew on the takoyaki to cool it down before also taking a bite. Ai-san watched her eagerly as she did so. Don't stare so much. Well, it's not bad, I guess. Translated from Kei language, that means delicious and I love Ani-chan. The first half is fine, but the second half is a complete mistranslation. So it was delicious then. That's good. Ai-san's positive thinking knows no bounds. Aren't you going to ask me? There's no need to ask. I can practically read Yaozuke's stomach. Ai-san makes a fist-crushing gesture with her hand. With that move, you're going to make Yaozuke's stomach explode. Well, it's true that everything you cook is delicious. Well, yeah. Unusually, Ai-san seems flustered. It's a rare sight to see. Hey, what's with that warm look in your eyes, Kei-kun? I was just thinking it must feel good to be praised by Yaozuke. It's not like I'm happy to be praised by Yaozuke or anything. I'm imitating Kei. Your impersonation is way off. Are you trying to hide your embarrassment? I'm not embarrassed. I'm actually proud of my cooking skills. Can I have seconds, Ai-senpai? Sure, seconds it is. And so, the first round of takoyaki was consumed by everyone in high spirits. How about we change the cook for the second round? That way, everyone can participate and it'll be more fun. As I say this, two people look a bit downcast. Sorry, but I don't want to participate. I don't want to cook either. To the two not good at cooking members of the astronomy club, making takoyaki is fun, you know? It's not scary, okay? It was one thing for Shimizu-san, but it was surprising to find out that even Yaozuke-san wasn't good at cooking. It's not that I don't do anything. I plan to work twice as hard on cleaning up. So, please let everyone else handle the takoyaki making. Well, it's true that forcing people is not good. In that case, how about Mayo-chan or Daki-kun give it a try? Can I give it a try then? Of course. So it's settled. Daki-kun will be making the second one. Section. It's ready. Oh, it smells great. I was initially worried about making the takoyaki well, but thanks to Ai-san's guidance, I managed to make some nicely shaped takoyaki. You're good at this, Daki-kun. Probably because you cook often. Thank you. It's all thanks to Ai-san's guidance. Well, maybe that's part of it. Ai-san grinned mischievously. Should we go ahead and serve it up? Yes. Using bamboo skewers, I placed takoyaki on everyone's plates. Everyone started eating it at once, adding sauce and mayonnaise. It's delicious. Yeah, the inside is perfect too. Relieved, I also put a takoyaki in my mouth. Just as everyone said, I'm glad it turned out well. How is it, Kei? Eating Daki-kun's homemade cooking? What's with that way of asking? Why not, just tell me what you think. Well, it's not bad. Shimizu-san seemed satisfied, which put my mind at ease. You could be more honest, you know. You could say you wish it had been made just for you. Who would say something like that? Well, whatever, let's move on. Is Mayo-chan up next? No problem, but I have a question. A question? Ask away. Senpai is here to help. I heard that in a takoyaki, you can add ingredients other than octopus. That's right. Besides octopus, we have things like sausages and cheese prepared in the fridge. There's something I'd like to try. With that, Sito-san went to the fridge alone and came back holding something. A tube labeled anko, sweet bean paste. was gripped in her hand. Wait. You're not saying you want to try? Yes, I want to make takoyaki with anko as an ingredient. The kitchen fell silent for a moment. When did you prepare anko? I bought it during yesterday's shopping trip. I did remember Mayo-chan was quietly putting something in the basket yesterday, so it was that. You're supposed to like dorayaki, not takoyaki. Making takoyaki with anko won't make it dorayaki. If there's dough and there's anko, it's essentially dorayaki. By your definition, even a large pancake or anything would be dorayaki, wouldn't it? Shimizu-san's sharp retort shone through. Anyway, I'd like to give it a try. Don't worry, if worst comes to worst, I'll eat it all myself. That's just because you want to eat it. As everyone felt a sense of unease, the third challenger was decided. Section. It's done. The finished takoyaki looked a bit misshapen but still appetizing. Everyone, get your plates ready. It seemed like everyone was slower to bring out their plates than before. Yaozuke. What is it? Say R. What are you doing all of a sudden? You're planning to use me as a guinea pig, aren't you? What are you talking about? This is an R from a beautiful girl. You don't have a choice. Don't call yourself a beautiful girl. Despite his reservations, Yaozuke took a bite of the takoyaki while glancing at me and Shimizu-san. This isn't bad. Actually, it might even be better with some honey or something. Really? Yaozuke, do the R to me. Why do I have to say R to you? If I say R to you, you have to say it back. Fine. R. Then Ai-san put the takoyaki in her mouth with a smile. This is surprisingly good. It sort of feels like a Japanese-style dessert. As I thought, anko is the best. Sito-san's expression hadn't changed, but she looked somewhat pleased. Now it's your turn. It doesn't seem that bad, so I'll eat it. So who's going to say R first, huh? I feel like Ai-san just suggested something incredible. Why do we have to say R too? I see. Kei, you can't beat the friendship level between Yaozuke and me. Don't think I'll just go along with something because you provoke me. Whatever, it would be impossible for Kei anyway. You don't have the courage for it. Ai-san flashed a wicked grin. I think I can see where this is going. Fine. What? I couldn't hear you. Say it again. All right. I'll do the R. Shimizu-san. I'm once again reminded of Shimizu-san's lack of resistance to provocation. Hey, Hondo, let's do it. Okay. Overwhelmed by Shimizu-san's pressure, I unwittingly nodded. It seems like there wasn't really an option for me to refuse in the first place. Can I go first then? If one has to say R and the other has to receive, it's less embarrassing to be the one saying R. Sure, go ahead whenever. R. Shimizu-san hesitated for a moment but then put the takoyaki in her mouth. How was it, Kei? What do you think? It's sweet. I see. Ai-san is grinning as she looks at Shimizu-san. What is it? No. I was wondering if the takoyaki was sweet or if it was something else. R. Don't glare at me. You're the one who gave me a reason to glare. It's Deki-kun's turn next. Don't change the subject. I'm not changing the subject. Come on, Kei. Can you say R to Deki-kun? After glancing at me, Shimizu-san seems to resign herself and sticks a toothpick into a takoyaki. Shimizu-san brings the takoyaki closer to me. I don't think her red face is due to the heat from the takoyaki heat. There's no point in hesitating now. I boldly put the takoyaki in my mouth. How is it, Deki-kun? It's very sweet. Even though I said that, I actually was so nervous that I couldn't really taste anything. Chapter 9, Shimizu-san and the Unexpected Visitor. I just got a message that Yuasa-sensei will be here in about an hour. Is it that time already? I'm really looking forward to the actual stargazing. I hope we can see the stars clearly. They said it's going to be clear skies today on the weather forecast, so I think we'll be fine. Wow. Mayo-chan, you even checked the weather forecast. You must be really looking forward to it. I was just a little curious. Really, Mayo-chan is just like Kei, not being honest. Hey. Don't suddenly drag me around. Just as everyone was getting restless because the time for stargazing was approaching, my phone suddenly rang. Excuse me. I need to take this call. Okay, be back soon. I stepped out into the hallway to find out that the call was from my father. My parents, of course, knew I'd be out today, so I had no idea why he was calling. I decided to answer the phone anyway. Hello, Dad? Good, you answered. What's going on? Have you seen Tayuno around there? Huh? No. She's not here. Why are you asking? Tayuno left a note saying she's going to bring Anna-chan back and has gone missing. What? I was so taken aback that my brain couldn't process it immediately. Knowing Tayuno, I really think she might have gone to your high school. So if Tayuno comes to where you are, let me know. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I know you're having fun. No. It's good you told me. Should I watch the school gates to see if Tayuno shows up? It would be bad if you missed each other. Just stay where you are, Daiki. All right. If Tayuno gives up halfway and comes back home, we'll contact you again. Okay, all right. I'm counting on you. Then the call ended. Why is Tayuno trying to take me home? Reflecting on it, Tayuno did seem a bit different than usual today. Just before leaving, it felt like Tayuno was trying to tell me something. What is Tayuno thinking? The only way to find out is to ask her directly. For now, I decided to return to the clubroom. Daiki-kun, you're back. Sorry for stepping out so suddenly. You have a phone call, so it's not a problem at all. By the way, can I ask what the call was about? Well, it seems like my sister is trying to come here for some reason. Huh? What do you mean? Ai-san tilts her head. I guess it would be hard to understand without context. I don't know the details, but it seems she's trying to take me home. Now I'm even more confused. Your sister is Tayuno-chan, right? Yes, that's right. Is she cuter than Kei? Hey. Well, jokes aside, do you have any idea why Tayuno-chan is trying to take you home? I thought about it but couldn't come up with a reason. I don't know. In that case, we'll just have to ask her when she gets here. Just then, the sound of the clubroom door slowly opening caught our attention. We turned to look. Tayuno. There, peeking through the slightly open door, was Tayuno. She looked a bit surprised when she heard my voice, then hesitantly entered the room. Cute. Are you Tayuno-chan by any chance? Why yes. Sorry, did I scare you? I'm Ai Shimizu. Feel free to call me Ai-chan. Yes. Tayuno was completely on guard. She becomes cautious when she's in a place full of people she doesn't know. Tayuno. Dad was worried. I left a message saying I was going to Anna-chan's place. Even so, everyone will worry if you suddenly disappear. Anyway, I'm glad you're actually here. I'll call Dad now so he can bring you back home. No. What? I won't. Anna-chan should come home with me too. It's not unusual for Tayuno to be demanding, but this level of stubbornness feels unusual. Don't say that. I'll go home after we finish stargazing. No, go home with me right now. Why are you saying this? Because Anna-chan. Hey, Hondo's sister. Don't make things difficult for Hondo. Who's this scary person? Tayuno's voice is considerably lower than usual, a clear sign she's in a bad mood. Don't worry, she's not scary. This is Shimizu-san. I understand. Tayuno? I understand. This scary woman forcefully invited Anna-chan to go stargazing. Anna-chan is too kind to refuse, so he's here even though he doesn't want to be. Tayuno. I was surprised at how loud my own voice was. Oh Anna-chan? Apologize to Shimizu-san. I haven't done anything wrong. Apologize. Anna-chan. The next moment, Tayuno suddenly turned toward the door and ran out. Tayuno. I hastily followed her into the hallway, but Tayuno was already gone. I'm sorry, I have to go find Tayuno. Wait. I'm sorry, Shimizu-san, but I have to go find Tayuno quickly. Do you have any idea where your sister might go? I was stumped by the question. She's right. I had no idea where Tayuno might have gone. Well, no, I don't. I'll go too. What? I'll go with you to search for her. I mean, this happened partly because I carelessly spoke to your sister. This has nothing to do with you, Shimizu-san. You once came looking for someone's mother even though you had nothing to do with her. Besides, the more people we have, the faster we'll find her. It's true that searching with multiple people is far more efficient than doing it alone. That's right. That's why I'll help too. I'll help as well. Of course, count me in. Ai-san, Sito-san, Yaozuke-san. At a time like this, you should rely on others. You're always helping others, after all. Is that so? I always feel like I'm the one being helped. But if Shimizu-san says so, Maybe that's true. Thank you, Shimizu-san. Can I count on your help? Sure. Leave it to me. And so, we all set out to find Tayuno. Section. Tayuno's point of view. Ugh, stupid Anna-chan. I couldn't hold back my tears. As the sun began to set, I found myself crying all alone. I knew I was the one at fault. I got anxious on my own, came to the high school on my own, and spoke out of turn. It's no wonder Anna-chan got mad. Even if my head understood that, my heart couldn't accept it. I had always believed that Anna-chan would be on my side, no matter what. It's the first time I've ever seen Anna-chan so angry. As far as I can remember, no matter how selfish I had been, I had never been scolded like this. It's because I spoke ill of that woman, isn't it? A woman with long, beautiful black hair who seemed harsh and intimidating. She must be relieved that I got scolded by Anna-chan. Just as I was thinking this, I heard footsteps. Who's there? The person who appeared was not who I was waiting for. Section. Found you. How long had it been since the astronomy club began the search? I finally found the person I was looking for. Yo, you're scary. Who are you calling scary? Being found intimidating isn't particularly unusual for me and I don't mind it much, but it's a little more complicated when someone say it directly to me. How did you know I was here? Back in my first year, I used to look for secluded places to skip classes. This was one of them. You're scary and a bad person. Well, I'm not exactly a good person. If I were a good person, I wouldn't have come here alone and found Hondo's sister. So, why are you here? What do you think I'm here for? To laugh at pitiful me? It seems her impression of myself was worse than I had thought. I'm not that bad. I was asked by Hondo to find you. Come on. Let's head back to the clubroom. Hondo is worried about you. I'm not going back. What? I said I'm not going back. Anna-chan is probably still mad at me. I see. I sat down a short distance away from Hondo's sister. You're not going to force me to go? What good would that do? But I will report that I found you. Hondo is worried, after all. Fine. I took out my smartphone and reported to AI that I had found her. The reason I didn't contact Hondo directly is simply that I don't have his contact information. AI probably does. I saw that my message was read and was asked about the location, but I simply typed that we would be returning together and put away my phone. Can I ask you something? What is it? Why did you try to take Hondo home? It seemed like Hondo's sister was contemplating whether she should talk about it to me. If you don't want to talk about it, just ignore it. I'm just killing time. Hearing this, she looked surprised for a moment, then shook her head. No. I'll talk. It might take a while. Is that okay? Sure, talk as much as you want. All right, then let me explain. To summarize what Hondo's sister said, Hondo's parents were busy with work, and it wasn't uncommon for them to come home late on weekdays. Even so, she never really felt lonely because Hondo, her brother, would always play with her. When she was sick, he'd nurse her until she fell asleep. If she was acting selfish, he'd accommodate her as much as possible, albeit reluctantly. While she acknowledged that he wasn't exceptionally good at academics or sports, he was, to her, the one and only brother she could ever be proud of. Recently, however, she noticed a change in Hondo. He started coming home late, and when asked why, he said he had joined a club. That's why. Lately I've noticed something about Anna-chan. What is it? Anna-chan seems to be having more fun than before. What's wrong with that? It's not good. If Anna-chan has such a happy place to stay, he won't need me anymore. Hondo's sister looked as if she was about to cry again. I got scared thinking he'd eventually start staying at school late like today and just neglect me. Before I knew it, I had come all the way to his high school. So that's what it was. Hondo probably never expected that his sister would feel so cornered. Getting scolded by Hondo at a time like this must have made her panic, thinking he had finally abandoned her. There are many things I would like to say, but if I were to sum it up in one sentence, you're an idiot. Hondo would never abandon you. Even if something more important came along, he would never leave you alone. Why can you be so sure about that? Certainly, from Hondo's sister's perspective, I must be just another classmate, The reason I can make such a claim is extremely simple. Because I'm always watching Hondo and listening to him. I can feel my face getting hot. Just for now, I wish she wouldn't look at me. There's not a single day when your name doesn't come up in conversations with him. You're that important to him. Ana-chan. Tears fell from Hondo's sister's eyes. It seems her emotions had opened in relief. Shimazu's point of view. Come here. But, just come here. You don't want anyone to see that face right now, do you? Hesitant, Hondo's sister presses her face against my abdomen. I won't ask questions, so cry all you want. I gently stroke Hondo's sister's head. When I was little and on the verge of crying, I used to do the same for me. You. For a few minutes, Hondo's sister's sobs were the only sound in this space where only the two of us existed. There's something I want to ask. What is it? On our way back to the astronomy club's room, Hondo's sister, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly spoke. I get that you're always listening to Ana-chan, but why are you always watching him? Well, that's. I blurted that out back then to lend credibility to my claim that Hondo always worries about his sister, but I didn't expect her to dig into it now. I get it. Go ahead, say it. You like Ana-chan, don't you? Energetically, and unlike someone who had been crying just moments ago, Hondo's sister dealt a huge blow to my mentality. No way I could like someone like that. Ana-chan isn't someone like that. Even without looking at her face, I could tell from her voice that she was sulking. I had a vague idea before, but this sister is quite the brocon. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. So, do you like Ana-chan? We're here already. You dodged the question. Think what you will. Are you ready? I'm opening the door. Yeah. I opened the door to the club room. Inside, the other 4 other astronomy club members are present. Ana-chan. Hondo and his sister closed the distance between them and hugged each other when the distance reached 0. I'm sorry for getting angry. It's okay. It was my fault. Yaozuke and Sito looked on at the siblings with smiles on their faces. I'm glad she was found safe and sound. Right, really glad. I agree with Senpai. Hondo releases his sister and turns to face AI and the others. AI-san, Yaozuke-san, Sito-san, and Shimizu-san, thank you for helping with the search for Tayuno. Saying this, Hondo bowed deeply. No need to thank us. Me and Taiki-kun are close friends after all. Yeah, helping a friend in need is natural. I always owe Hondo-kun. So if I could be of any help, that's all the better. For some reason, everyone's gaze is directed at me as if expecting me to say something. I was just repaying the favor from when you helped me before. You're really not honest, are you? Kei? You could just say, Hondo-kun, I'm glad I can help you. Who would say something like that? Can I have a word? What's up, Tayuno-chan? I have something I want to say to Shimizu-san. Go ahead, I'll listen. What is she planning to talk about? For a moment, the conversation from earlier flashes across my mind. So, do you like Ana-chan? I don't think so, but if I'm asked that question in front of Hondo, I wouldn't know what to do. What is it? Just as I thought Hondo's sister was looking my way, she quickly bowed her head. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Hey, lift your head up. It'll look like I made you bow. Hondo's sister slowly lifts her head. Will you forgive me? I wasn't really mad in the first place. Thank you. And you don't have to use polite language. It feels off. Got it. Can I ask you one more thing? As long as it's not the question from the hallway earlier, go ahead. What's your first name, Shimizu-san? Come to think of it, I might not have told her yet. It's Kei, written with the character for above, with an added soil character. I see. Can I make one last request? For your information, I'm not as kind as Hondo, but go ahead and ask. Can I call you Kei Ani-chan? Wah, Ani-chan, Ani-chan, Ani-chan. What a sweet ring it has. Having been a younger sister for 16 years, I've had just a slight yearning to be called with that. Fine. You can call me that if you want. Thank you, Kei Ani-chan. What about me? AI auntie. AI, are you okay? Caught off guard by the unexpected emotional blow, AI almost collapses on the spot. She manages to stagger to her feet after about 10 seconds. That was a complete surprise blow. If it were anyone but me, this could have turned into a big trouble. You can call me Mayo. Mayo-san? That works for me. Perhaps afraid of also being called Auntie, Sito made sure to establish what she should be called. Oh, that's right. Kei-ani-chan. Can you lend me your ear? What is it? I'm rooting for you, Kei-ani-chan. Wah, Hondo's sister, perhaps having regained her composure, wore a mischievous grin. Epilogue. Shimizu-san and the Starry Sky. Huh? You're leaving before we even start stargazing? Ai-san's voice of surprise echoes through the clubroom. Yes, I apologize. It's getting dark, and I don't want to send home alone. Then why not go home after we're done with the stargazing? Chan wants to see the stars on the school rooftop with Ana-chan too, right? Why yes. Ai, don't pressure her too much. You're making Chan uncomfortable. But we went to all this trouble to prepare. I'm sorry. No. It's not Chan's fault. Just as the atmosphere in the clubroom becomes solemn, there's a sudden knock at the door. May I come in? Huh? Yes. Please come in. Excuse me. Yuasa-sensei. The person who entered the clubroom was Yuasa-sensei, the homeroom teacher for Shimizu-san, Sito-san, and me, as well as the advisor for the astronomy club. All 5 of you are here. Wait. Who are you? You're not one of my students, are you? Well. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the teacher, becomes flustered. I'll explain this. All right. Let's talk in the hallway so as not to intimidate her. Yes. And so, Yuasa-sensei and Yaozuke-san step out into the hallway. Oh, right. It's already that time, isn't it? Do you think Yaozuke-san will be okay? Don't worry, if it's Yaozuke, he'll explain things well to the teacher. It seems that Ai-san has complete trust in Yaozuke-san. Well, it's 100 times better than if Ai were to explain it. True that. You guys could have a little more faith in me, HMPH. Did you just snort at me? Either way, in the end, we'll have to follow whatever the teacher says. That's true. What if our stargazing plans get cancelled? Just as I'm contemplating this, Yaozuke-san returns to the clubroom. Welcome back, Yaozuke. How did it go? I'm back. I was only asked about what happened from the time I arrived at school until now. Yuasa-sensei said he has something to take care of but will be back a bit later. Is that so? Do you think we'll be able to go stargazing? I don't think you need to worry about that. Yuasa-sensei said he'd be back in time for the stargazing. Hearing Yaozuke-san's words, I feel relieved. It's good that everyone's hard work for the midterm exams didn't go to waste. Ana-chan, I'm sorry. You were looking forward to this, and it might be ruined because of me. Seems to feel guilty as if it's her fault that I might not be able to join the stargazing. I pat her drooping head. Don't worry about it. Thanks to everyone in the astronomy club, I've had more than enough fun today. Hondo, excuse me, coming in. After a few knocks, Yuasa-sensei's voice came from the other side of the door. Come in. Yuasa-sensei entered the clubroom with his usual gentle expression. Sorry to keep you waiting. That's fine, but what about the stargazing? Before that, is it okay if I ask you something, Hondo-kun? Why yes. I was a bit flustered as I was suddenly called upon. Do you want to go stargazing with everyone? I do want to. But I have to take home. What I'm asking is simply whether you want to go stargazing with everyone or not. I don't understand the intention behind Yuasa-sensei's question, but if it's a simple yes or no choice, there's only one option. I want to go stargazing. That's good, then. Huh? I spoke with Hondo-kun's father on the phone a moment ago, and under the condition that I drive Chan home, he agreed to let both Hondo-kun and Chan go stargazing. So that's why he was leaving earlier. Is it okay for me to go too? Technically, it's against the rules, but there aren't any other students or teachers around today, and as long as everyone keeps it a secret, it won't be a problem. So let's go stargazing secretly together. Yuasa-sensei. Sensei, you're surprisingly mischievous. Getting called that by the student council vice president of our school is a bit funny. Normally, I wouldn't go this far. Thank you, Yuasa-sensei. I didn't expect to be thanked by student council president Seikata for breaking the rules. I promised Hondo-kun's further that I would get to Yuno-chan home as soon as possible, so let's go to the rooftop right away for stargazing. Yes. Section. Wow. This is the school rooftop I've dreamed of seeing at night. A few minutes after leaving the clubroom, we set foot on the school rooftop. I've been to the door leading to the rooftop before, but it feels different actually being up here. Given that we're in a part of the school that's usually off limits, both Ai-san and Yaozuke-san seem more excited than usual. Hey, you guys haven't forgotten the purpose of today, have you? We're supposed to be stargazing. Shimizu-san is right. Shimizu-san and Sito-san seem more composed than the two senpai. All right. It's time for stargazing. Feel free to do as you please, but don't get too close to the fences, it's dangerous. Yes. I look up at the night sky. If not for the city lights, perhaps even more stars would be visible. Still, there were countless stars scattered across the sky. I feel like it's been a while since I've looked at the night sky like this. Before I knew it, Yuasa-sensei was standing next to me. There was something I wanted to ask him. Why did you go to the extent of calling my father to get permission for stargazing? That's because everyone in the astronomy club has been working hard. I knew you all did well on your midterm exams for the sake of stargazing. I wanted to help you enjoy the fruits of your labor. Plus, Hondo-kun, you're one of my valued students. Thank you very much. You don't have to thank me. Anyway, enjoy the stargazing since you finally get to participate with your sister. Yes. Let me give you this as well. I take what Yuasa-sensei pulls from his pocket. It appears to be the key to the rooftop. I've had enough of the starry sky for now, so I'll head back to the clubroom. Please take care of everything else. With that, Yuasa-sensei left. Section. Shimizu's point of view. Looking at it again. This is surprisingly beautiful. When was the last time I looked at the night sky just to see the stars? While pondering this, a sudden jolt ran through my back. Reflexively turning around, I was standing there. What are you daydreaming about, Kei-san? It's already nighttime. Let me look at the stars in peace. I would love to let you do that, but haven't you forgotten today's goal? That is, my goal for today was to create unforgettable memories with Hondo. If things continue this way, we'll just end up looking at stars. What do you suggest then? Leave that to me. I remember the promise we made during the midterm exams. I'll have everyone except Daiki-kun go back to the clubroom little by little. Eventually, it'll just be you and Daiki-kun alone. Won't Hondo notice something's up if we do that? Don't worry. Daiki-kun seems engrossed in stargazing. Glancing towards Hondo, it was true. He was simply gazing at the sky alone, not talking to anyone. Aren't you giving up something yourself? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. Don't you want to be alone with Yaozuke? Sensei and Yaozuke are graduating from the astronomy club after this semester. They want to make the most of these rare opportunities. Well, sure. I wouldn't mind a romantic moment with Yaozuke on the rooftop at night. But I also want to support Kei's love life. I've seen how hard you've worked since you became a sophomore. Don't regret this later. I won't regret it. Not at all. Besides, I plan on making moves on Yaozuke from now on. Thank you. Could you say that again? Thank what? You definitely heard me if you can say that much. I'm just kidding, just kidding. Now that you thanked me, I'll fulfill the request. So think about what you'll do when you're alone with Daiki-kun. With that, I walked away from me. What should I even talk about when it's just the two of us? I dazedly said so to myself. Section. Hey, Hondo. Yes? Looking around, I noticed that the number of people had decreased. Actually, aside from me, only Shimizu-san remained. While I was gazing at the stars, everyone else seemed to have gone somewhere. Shimizu-san, do you know where everyone else went? They said they were going back to the clubroom. Is that so? I didn't even notice. Do you have the key to the rooftop? Yeah, I got it from Yuasa-sensei. I took the key out of my pocket and showed it to Shimizu-san. Then it's fine. With that, Shimizu-san shifted her gaze to the night sky. Or so I thought. Then she turned her head back towards me again. I can't help but notice your gaze. I am sorry. Shimizu-san had been looking at the night sky, but it seemed I was too obvious when I stared at her profile. You don't need to apologize. Did you want to say something? I was staring absent-mindedly, so there was nothing I wanted to say. There is something still needed to be said. Thank you for finding to and being with me earlier. I was just returning the favor. Don't worry about it. Shimizu-san is kind. Why would you say that? Shimizu-san shifted her gaze from the night sky to me. Because you tried not to make me feel burdened, right? That's just your interpretation. Is that so? Even so, Shimizu-san's kindness always helps me. Say whatever you want. Shimizu-san looked back at the night sky, so I decided to do the same. We've had a lot of experiences since joining the astronomy club, haven't we? Have we? Yeah. Sharing our thoughts about anime and studying hard for midterms. You also started changing your hairstyle every day after joining the astronomy club, right? Forget about that. For some reason, that seemed like a topic Shimizu-san didn't want to touch on. I didn't plan on joining any clubs when I started high school, but now I'm glad I joined the astronomy club. That's good to hear. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I was the one who invited you, and you're the one who decided to join the astronomy club. That's true, but I had fun in the astronomy club because of you, Shimizu-san. If I were the only one who had joined the astronomy club, I think I would have felt hesitant around everyone else. The reason I could be myself in the club was because you were always there, Shimizu-san. You're saying something like that without any embarrassment. I didn't think I was saying anything to be embarrassed about. How about you, Shimizu-san? Did you enjoy being in the astronomy club? Well, I guess it was a little fun. It was always noisy, though. That's good to hear. I felt relieved that it wasn't just me who had a good time. Somehow, I'm happy that Shimizu-san and I could share enjoyable moments. What is this feeling? Will the day come when I understand it? I enjoy the time I spend with everyone in the astronomy club, but I think I might also like these moments when it's just the two of us, Shimizu-san. What I was thinking just came right out of my mouth. Silence filled the space that was just between us. I thought maybe the reason for the lack of sound was because there was no wind today. Shimizu-san, it's a bit sad if you're going to completely ignore me. Me too. My eyes involuntarily shifted towards Shimizu-san, eager to hear the rest of her sentence. I never disliked the time I spend with you, either. Though her face was dim and hard to see, I could tell she was looking straight at me. I felt my heart beat faster than before. It's good that it's nighttime, otherwise, Shimizu-san would have noticed my face turning bright red. Shimizu-san, don't get the wrong idea. I just said I don't dislike it, okay? I don't mean anything by it. I understand. What do I even understand? In fact, I feel like I don't understand anything at all. After that, we sat in silence, maintaining a distance that was not too close but also not too far, and stared at the night sky until AI-san came to get us. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I was the one who invited you, and you're the one who decided to join the astronomy club. That's true, but I had fun in the astronomy club because of you, Shimizu-san. If I were the only one who had joined the astronomy club, I think I would have felt hesitant around everyone else. The reason I could be myself in the club was because you were always there, Shimizu-san. You're saying something like that without any embarrassment. I didn't think I was saying anything to be embarrassed about. How about you, Shimizu-san? Did you enjoy being in the astronomy club? Well, I guess it was a little fun. It was always noisy, though. That's good to hear. I felt relieved that it wasn't just me who had a good time. Somehow, I'm happy that Shimizu-san and I could share enjoyable moments. What is this feeling? Will the day come when I understand it? I enjoy the time I spend with everyone in the astronomy club, but I think I might also like these moments when it's just the two of us, Shimizu-san. What I was thinking just came right out of my mouth. Silence filled the space that was just between us. I thought maybe the reason for the lack of sound was because there was no wind today. Shimizu-san, it's a bit sad if you're going to completely ignore me. Me too. My eyes involuntarily shifted towards Shimizu-san, eager to hear the rest of her sentence. I never disliked the time I spend with you, either. Though her face was dim and hard to see, I could tell she was looking straight at me. I felt my heart beat faster than before. It's good that it's nighttime, otherwise, Shimizu-san would have noticed my face turning bright red. Shimizu-san, don't get the wrong idea. I just said I don't dislike it, okay? I don't mean anything by it. I understand. What do I even understand? In fact, I feel like I don't understand anything at all. After that, we sat in silence, maintaining a distance that was not too close but also not too far, and stared at the night sky until Ai-san came to get us. Side story: Shimizu-san and a holiday morning. I woke up as the sun shining through the gaps in the curtains hit my face. It's unusual for me, who usually wakes up slowly to the alarm of my smartphone. I wonder what time it is now. When I checked the smartphone on my bed, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. I was excited. I had managed to wake up early. It's something I usually struggle to do. The only downside was that today was Saturday. On holidays, my family doesn't eat breakfast together, so even if I wake up early, there are no household chores for me to help with. But it seems like a waste just to do nothing until everyone wakes up. With that thought, I changed into comfortable clothes, left a note, and set out from the house. It must have been about 10 minutes since I left home. I realized that the early morning walk I started on a whim suited me, as I could leisurely observe the scenery. The air feels so fresh. I'm glad I went for a walk. As I was thinking this, I came across some familiar people while walking. Oh, Shimizu-san, Ai-san? Isn't that Daki-kun's voice? Hondo, why are you? There stood Shimizu-san and Ai-san, both dressed in sportswear. Wow, I never expected we'd run into Daki-kun here. Right, Kei Hondo, aren't you bad at getting up in the morning? Why are you here at this hour? I just happened to wake up early today. It seemed like a waste to do nothing, so I went for a walk. Shimizu-san, were you two out for a jog? Well, something like that. I usually do it alone, but with summer approaching, this one here said she'd start doing it too and just tagged along on her own. That's because I'm sure I'd give up halfway if I did it alone. Ai-san declared this with the most confident expression of the day. Then give up. If I keep slacking off until summer, I'll end up with a body that can't go to the beach or the pool. That's something I want to avoid. I want to have the perfect body by summer. That's why I reluctantly went jogging with you, because you wouldn't listen anyway. Shimizu-san seems a bit exasperated. However, the fact that they're jogging together means that the sisters still get along well. I see. Daki-kun, would you like to join us for a jog? Huh? Why you? What are you talking about? Don't you think something like this becomes more fun the more people there are? This isn't a field trip for elementary school students. Jogging might be possible since I'm dressed in comfortable clothes and shoes today, but being asked so suddenly made me a little hesitant. Look, Hondo seems troubled. Well, I guess it's hard to decide on the spot when you're asked so suddenly. So, how about we take a short break at the nearby park and think it over? Ai-san pointed to the park ahead. You've been taking breaks non-stop since a while ago. It seems that Ai-san was not lying when she said that she would give up if she was alone. Now, we were resting on a bench in the park, with Shimizu-san and Ai-san on one bench and me on another nearby. What will you do after this, Daki-kun? After this, I guess I'll either watch anime or play some games. I see. What about you, Kei? You don't need to know. Kei, you're such a secretive person. Don't try to hug me while saying that. We're both hot from jogging. Kei, your body may be hot, but your heart is cold. Ai-san gave up on hugging Shimizu-san and returned to the edge of the bench. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to ask Hondo-kun something. What is it? How do you like our outfits now? Hey. Hearing this, I took another look at their outfits. Ai-san's outfit is mainly a bright green, reflecting her lively personality. On the other hand, Shimizu-san's outfit was all black, giving off a cool vibe. Also, Shimizu-san has her hair tied back in a ponytail, probably to keep it from bothering her while jogging. Hey, Daki-kun. Yes, what is it? I might be fine if you stare at us like that, but Kei might melt, okay? I shifted my gaze again to Shimizu-san. Her face was flushed, seemingly not just from jogging. I'm sorry, Shimizu-san. No. You don't have to worry about that. Silence flows. It was Ai-san who broke it. So, what do you think? First, Ai-san, you looked really good in the bright sportswear, and you seemed even more lively than usual. Wow, That's nice to hear. And what about Kei? Shimizu-san looked really cool in her black sportswear, giving off the impression of a cool girl who does sports. I think her hair in a ponytail also matches that image. Such high praise. How do you feel about that, Kei-san? Don't just suddenly throw the conversation at me. Well, I don't feel too bad to hear that. I see. In other words, you're very happy to be praised. Don't misinterpret my words. I wondered whether AI-san's interpretation of Shimizu-san's reaction was a joke or serious. Suddenly conscious of the time, I pull out my smartphone to find it's just past 6 o'clock. Is the time okay? It's past 6 now. I think we've been resting a little too long. AI, it's time to go. Okay, come on, Daiki-kun. Get ready to. Oh, okay. Don't get carried away by AI, Hondo. You don't have to come with us. No, come with us. I've thought about it, but I feel like taking a leisurely walk today, so I'll pass this time. Please invite me again later if there's another opportunity. Joining their jogging might disrupt their pace, and more than that, I wanted to walk around the city at my own pace today. All right. Then let's meet again at school. Yes, then let's go. Bye, Hondo. See you at school. Yeah, see you. And so, I watched the Shimizu sisters leave for their jog section. Shimizu's point of view. Was that really okay? After leaving the park, Ai spoke up when Hondo was no longer in sight. What do you mean? Didn't you want to jog with Daiki-kun? It's fine as long as I get to jog. Not being honest. Huh. Even though you finally got to meet him, you have to part ways again so quickly. You could have said you feel lonely. Like I'd say that. It seems the version of me that AI imagines is set to be more of a loner than in reality. Well, it was a big win for Kei just to run into Daiki-kun by chance and have him compliment your outfit. That's probably true. I couldn't deny it. It was a miracle to meet him in the city, especially early in the morning when Hondo would usually be asleep, so it's quite a rare case. Plus, getting my outfit complimented felt like I used up all my luck for the day right there in the park. But even so, Kei seems not very eager about Daiki-kun joining us for jogging today. Why? Ugh, that face looks like you're hiding something. Come on, spill the truth. I didn't want to be thought of as a sweaty and smelly girl if we jogged together. It was fine when we met Hondo because we had just started jogging and weren't sweating much, but jogging together would be a different story. That's why I didn't want to jog with Hondo. Goo. My sister's cuteness knows no bounds. Hey, stop it. Don't hug me outside. After that, I ended up jogging away to escape from AI who was trying to hug me. End of Volume 2.